is by X.R. Wood. A gold offering. It was Sadie's first Midwest winter. So far, she was not enjoying it one bit. Let's just say in the past week, 3 storms had slammed Chicago in rapid succession, dumping several feet of ice and snow. Fast had the city been buried that it had hardly been able to keep its head above the frozen waters. Everything shut down for the foreseeable future. The empty streets, idle train tracks gave the bustling city a eerie moment of complete, odd silence. Sadie lay on the floor of her bedroom, staring listlessly at the ceiling, toeing the wobbly tower of fantasy books she had consumed during her incarceration. Every single book in the Knights of Freedom series she rolled over and sighed. There was a whole new wonderland of ice mountains on the lake shore. Adventures were waiting for her just outside the door, and here she was, wasting time waiting for the wind till to creep up into the less dangerous territory. She popped up and raced into the kitchen where her roommate Jen was making coffee. I can't wait anymore. We have got to go to the lake. It's covered in mountains and who knows what else. It will be amazing, Sadie said, spinning around and around like a little kid. Jen laughed so hard she spilled the coffee all over herself. It's like minus 40 degrees outside. Are you freaking crazy? Everything's closed because it's too damn cold. In Chicago, the trains aren't even running. I can't remember, honestly, the last time this happened. Jen said, still smiling from Sadie's interesting entrance. Come on, we'll wear tons of layers, tons and tons of layers. Come on, it'll be an adventure, Sadie giggled. But Jen was not gonna bite. Hell, no way. You're gonna lose some fingers, toes, maybe your mind. Also, your mom will lose her shit if she finds out you went out in this weather. Sadie's shoulders sagged. But it's not an adventure if there isn't any danger, she said. Jen snorted. I like to keep a healthy distance from danger. You're on your own, girl. Fine, Sadie said. She stomped to her room, slammed the door. She was going to experience a real Midwest winter, with or without Jen. After half an hour of sweating and swearing, Sadie had covered every inch of her skin with warm layers to fend off frostbite. She flapped her extra puffy arms and giggled. Lots of clothes, check. She reached into her pocket. Boom, check. She checked the battery was fully charged and ready to go. Pictures. Or it didn't happen. I'm off, Sadie yelled. Seriously, girl, be careful. I don't want to have to call the police to take your body out of the snow, Jen said. Do not worry, gosh. It'll be just like Arena, Night of Winter. The gods will grant my favor for a safe journey across the frozen wastes, and you'll be jealous when you see my pictures. Sadie grabbed her keys and ran into the chilly hallway. She could hear Jen laughing behind her, probably spilling the rest of her coffee. Stepping outside, the air was ice cold. It sliced through her scarf, stabbed her lungs. She squinted at the pale sun shifting on the pristine white street and smiled. Let's go, shaded her eyes, looking north and south, trying to take it in all at once. "This is amazing," she said. This famously flat city now had a temporary topography of sparkling hills and mountains that stretched unbroken to the horizon. Far offshore, a water crib painted like a red and white circus tent floated in a shimmering Fata Morgana of blue sky. The only sound Sadie could hear in a city of 3 million residents was the creaking of the ice as the lake, sleeping beneath her feet, shifted its heavy blanket. Sadie stepped out into the ice, and the only thing standing between her and the frigid blue-green waters, she laughed as fear trilled up her spine. There were a few other brave explorers to the north. Sadie went south. She wanted to do this on her own. She didn't want to run into anybody else trying to brave the danger ahead. Wandering in this empty wasteland, she imagined herself as Knight Arena, bravely traversing the frozen wastelands in search of the long-lost relic, fighting dire wolves and wendigos along the way. The W shifted off of her lips as she mouthed it out loud. As she walked, the ice formations changed from white hills to towering spires, to snow-dusted blue canyons that meandered off into the distance. She took a picture of every single one. She said, "These will blow Jen's mind for sure." After half a mile, Sadie came across dozens of perfectly round mesas, looking as if they had been pushed up through the ice by giant hands. Beyond them, something large and blue caught her eye. She clambered up a mesa for a better view. "Damn it, I can't tell what it is from here." Below the mesa, Sadie found a canyon that curved towards it. She slid in it and pushed her way through small snowdrifts until at last the formation loomed in front of her. Whoa! It was a symmetric cone with a hole in the top, like a volcano. Sadie circled it, skimming her gloved hand over the smooth surface. All the other ice formations were pitted in white, full of air bubbles and other imperfections. But this very cone was clear, crystal blue, looking for all the world as if it would sing if she tapped it gently. Her mind itched with unanswered questions. I've got to find out what this is. What's inside of this? After close inspection, she put her hands on her hips and huffed a plume of mist. It was more than twice as tall as her and too smooth to have any handles. She circled the volcano with her mind, while her mind ran through several MacGyver-esque scenarios involving her scarf and some driftwood. She stomped and crossed her arms. There has to be a way in. There just has to. The ice creaked loudly in response to her demands. On her third turn around the volcano, Jen's warnings echoed in her head, and she shivered at the thought of the police having to dig her dead corpse out of this. Maybe I'll just take a picture. As Sadie reached inside the opening with her phone, her hand collided with a large icicle. She dropped her phone, and it ricocheted off the wall before sliding down the tunnel. Shit! She gaped as the only proof of today's escapades disappeared from sight. Damn it! She was going to have to search for a lost relic after all. Her damn phone. Taking a deep breath, she squeezed into the opening, keeping an eye out for rogue icicles. For at this size, they could easily pierce through her heart or her brain. The tunnel was big enough for her to crawl on her hands and knees without bumping her head. She touched the wall. It was smooth like glass. As she passed under the hole in the volcano, she looked up and said, "Holy shit, no one's gonna believe this without pictures." Several feet beyond the volcano, the light dimmed as the snow drifts above grew thick. Glancing back towards the opening for several long moments, Sadie turned and continued on, whispering, "Come on, gods. What do I have to do to get my phone back?" Trials and tribulations and offering. The ice groaned around her as if answering her questions. She went about 100 feet before the tunnel dipped sharply out of sight. There was no sign of her phone. She sat and stared into the tunnel, wondering just how far this stupid thing had plunged. Shit. This is officially more danger than I signed up for. Sorry, phone. She turned and crawled back towards the opening, but after about 20 feet, the walls grew narrow. Sadie crawled faster, but the tunnel seemed to be shrinking around her by the second. The walls began to scrape her sides and back, making her feel like Alice after she drank the liquid and ended up wearing the white rabbit's house. "What in hell is happening?" she cried. It became so narrow that she had to lay on her stomach to keep moving. Icy fingers of fear tightened around her heart. She grasped the edges as she gasped for breath. She closed her eyes. Calm down, Sadie, calm down. Heroes don't have panic attacks when they're in a pinch. The opening can't be that far. Just stay calm, she told herself. Slowly, Sadie counted to 10. 1, 2, was no way back now. Walls and walls and walls of ice had concealed her inside this tomb. No, she said, this isn't happening. Sadie squeezed her eyes shut and hot tears slid down her cold face. The remaining light fled with the weary winter sun, leaving her in frigid black darkness. When she opened her eyes again, she startled. The ice was emitting a soft green glow that was getting brighter by the second. She touched the ice and it brightened. I'm hallucinating, I have to be, she said. There was a scraping noise and marks appeared on the wall. Sadie leaned closer. The marks were words, glowing like a neon sign embedded in the ice. The words said, "The offering was made and accepted." What? God? Who are you? She said. The marks were replaced with new words. What do you seek lies ahead. Wait, what? Do you mean my bone or the way out? She yelled. The words disappeared and no new words formed. God, great. I have nowhere to go but sit here or freeze to death, or follow my directions from the clear hallucinations I was having. The cold was starting to seep through her layers of clothing. She grimaced and moved deeper into the bright green tunnel. As she crawled on, she glanced behind from time to time only to see a fresh wall of ice. She never saw the wall move, but the wall was always there, pushing her forward with small creaks and groans, cracks. After a time, the tunnel walls gradually became clear like glass, the soft glow illuminating everything around. Her heart pounded. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, she whispered that the tunnel had plunged into the depths of the lake, forcing her still farther into the depths. Unable to stop her descent into madness, Sadie continued. However, the tunnel immediately came to a dead end. There was nowhere out, no turning back, no going forward. What the heck? She was trapped in a green bubble of ice floating in the dark and nothingness of the waters. At the end of the bubble lay her phone. She lunged for it, but when she clicked on it, it said, "No service." Of course, she said. She sat down and laughed uncontrollably when she could breathe again. Sadie heard scratching noises and marks appeared on the ice. They said the favor was granted. What the hell does this mean? She said. The words vanished and new ones appeared. Wait for the signal. What signal? My phone doesn't have one, she cried. The words changed again, swept clean and re-etched. The god rises. I don't understand. Please get me out of here, please, she screamed, but received no further reply. The words disappeared, leaving behind smooth, green, glowing ice. Sadie lay down and cried until she had nothing left. Falling into exhaustion, she went into a dreamless sleep less abundance. The result was an unyielding cacophony of protest from the child. Once she was hungry, if she was cut off before she had not had more than 4 average babies' share, she threw excessive tantrums. She would howl and wail for hours on end, only pausing briefly to catch her breath. The parents kept up with it as best they could, but in many circumstances it grew too agonizing to bear. They would give in, feed the child to her contentment. At 6 months, Eve began to walk. It wasn't uncommon in their family for children to walk before their first birthday, but 6 months was record-breaking for this family. She would not spend much time on her feet, but her ability to move was astonishing. It was also peculiar that she had already fully formed all of her baby teeth, which appeared to be abnormally large and dark. But then there was poor Lilith, on the other hand, who would never take a step in her little life. Eternally bedbound, lacking the basic strength to even crawl, her pathetic frame looked like she would simply pass away at any second. When she would attempt to cry, little more than a raspy screech would leave her lips, associated with that same pungent scent of ethanol. Late in the evening, during one of the parents' more stoic attempts at staving off Eve's appetite, something peculiar occurred. She stopped screaming. Both parents, delighted with the turn of events, were happily able to return to sleep. The next morning, when they entered the nursery, where both babies slept, they were horrified. To this day, details are debated, but a few facts in issue seem sustained. The air was thin, hard to breathe, and smelled a combination of alcohol and advanced decomposition. Baby Lilith was still in her crib, silent as a church mouse. Eve was on the floor, hunched over the eviscerated corpse of the wet nurse. Some accounts claim that Eve had been eating the flesh of the wet nurse, but the family has vehemently denied those claims. Other accounts claim that the wet nurse stunk of liquor when she was found, giving way that she may have been drinking that night. It was holding her habit from the family. The Murlocs were staunch supporters of the temperance movement in Toronto. According to the Murlocs' account, someone had snuck into the house, tortured and disfigured the wet nurse before leaving. Strangely, nothing of value was reported to have been taken. No sign of break-in was evident. Details of the event of the wet nurse demise eventually found their way into the eyes of the public. Printed in one of the city's most reputable newspapers, the story of the 2 infants began to gain notoriety. Eve and Lilith had been given the names Butter and Scotch, respectively. The negative press affected the partridge. Stuart Murloc, the patriarch, stared Murloc quite badly in his business dealings. This drastically harmed the family's livelihood up until the 9th of the Great Toronto Fire. On the evening of April 19th, 1904, the twins were left with a relative of the family, Joseph, who owned a wholesale store on the northwest corner of Bay and Wellington. At 8:04 p.m., the first sightings of the Great Fire of Toronto were reported. A large chunk of the Bay Street corridor was lost in the flames, including the whole stores where the twins had been with their uncle. No one knows the cause of the fire. Records show that there were no official victims claimed. As most of the buildings were empty shops or business buildings, but unidentified remains were found in the basement of Joseph's wholesale building, also believed to have been the origin point of the fire. neither of the twins, Eve nor Lilith, were ever found. They were assumed to have perished and their remains lost in the rubble, unrecognized, unclaimed during the cleanup of the fire's aftermath. To this day, locals say in the early summer night you may smell smoke if you walk down Bay Street. And other times people swear that they hear the howls of a hungry baby, accompanied by the acrid smell of alcohol permeating the air. Story number 3. Imposter. Yes. Earls Imposter by let me get it up. By the same author as the last story, the last one about the twins. The most pivotal point of my entire life occurred when I was 16, a moment that separated me from who I was, or potentially who I was supposed to be. This is not a simple coming-of-age story. I changed in a way that transcends my own understanding. I do not even really know what happened. I hope recounting the events will shed some light. It was a cool, crisp fall day. My birthday had just passed. Perhaps me being born in October gave me some sort of, affinity for the weather and the traditions, because I love Halloween. There was nothing quite like getting dressed up, playing the role of someone else or something else entirely, gorging on candy. As I got older, of course, it became less about candy and more about girls, drugs, and booze. I'd fallen into a group, for lack of a better term, overachieving stoners. We were pretty open-minded in the use of any drug we could get our hands on, but none of us were really junkies per se. There wasn't a desperation for a fix, so much as a desire to expand our young minds. Yeah, it seemed noble at the time, but reflecting back on it, naive and outright dangerous. Whether or not this was due to the drugs or simple teenage bravado, we always challenged ourselves and each other to stupid contests, sometimes as simple as who could sprint the farthest with a lung full of bong smoke, or as intensive as spending the night in the mall by our high school. I happened to be the victim of the latter challenge. I would deeply implore you to do the same. There were some stupid stories, mainly bullshit, that every other kid in our high school made up about the mall being haunted, of course. Always came back to the same half-truth legend about a gruesome Halloween. According to legend, the mall named the England Center was not named for quite the same reason as the busy midtown Toronto street it was adjacent to. Story has it that the former site of this mall was a large manor. It was built and named in honor of the Earls of England and of Scotland, much like the street, but to the surprise of everyone involved, the Earl showed up to Toronto His remains were never found. Not long after, the true Earl of England, ignorant of the malady to Toronto that he supposedly caused, sent word to the town council of his pleasure regarding the estate being named after him, all the way from Scotland. No one truly knows what happened to the Earl's imposter or to any of the missing youth, as no remains were ever found. They claimed the mall, which was a plaza before being upgraded, named as a memorial to the victims of the Earl's imposter. Does not seem like a very good reason to name a mall, everything considered, if you know what I mean. Well, 'twas the night before Halloween that the challenge was issued. My friend Jacques kept going on and on about how cool it would be to break into the mall on Halloween and spend the entire night there to see if, well, there was really any truth to the rumors of the Earl's imposters stalking the halls for young blood. You'd have to be an idiot to believe that story, let alone that mall is really haunted, I brazenly scolded Jacques. Sounds like you're volunteering to prove him wrong then, Will challenged. Always an antagonist he was. What, and miss out on all the Halloween festivities? Not a chance. I tried to be nonchalant about the whole thing, but in truth, I really didn't want to do it. Sounds like you're scared then after all, Jacques butted in. Not so brave as to put your money where your mouth is. I bet you $50 you couldn't spend the night there. In truth, I did not have $50 to wager, but that money would be sweet. I'll throw in a six-pack of beer too, Will added, successfully sweetening the deal. Fine, I'll do it, I craved. But not that crappy, auspicious ale you get your brother to buy you. I want decent beer. We all laughed before hashing out the terms of the deal. I was to somehow enter the mall around 11 p.m. and I had to stay until 6:30 in the morning. The sun would not have even risen yet, but it was late enough for us to agree it counted as morning. As the entirety of our group stood on Eglinton Avenue West, clad in a wide array of costumes, we stared down the narrow alley that led to the back access and loading docks of the mall. Everyone gave me words of encouragement. There was something particularly eerie about tonight. They say the veil between the spirit world and ours is thinner on Halloween. And if there was any night to see a ghost or ghoul, this is it. But there was something else giving me the creeps. I couldn't quite put my finger on it. The air felt, well, strangely void. As if there was supposed to be something there that was noticeably absent right now. Hey man, not too late to back out. You could get in a lot of shit if security catches you, Kyle, my most reasonable friend, cautioned. You will get over the shame of being called a chicken in less than a week, I'm sure. Nah man, it's too late, plus I've always wanted to meet the Earl's imposter, I grinned wickedly as I cheekily responded. At 11:15, Hal walked out from an access door leading to the hallway behind the mall's theater. He was not really a close friend to any of us, but there wasn't much he wouldn't do for weed. Come on, you ain't got long. I'm supposed to be out of here already. Will walked up to him, slipped him a spliff, and put his hand on my shoulder, then offered the final thing. squeezed through and hid under the counter. The footsteps stopped. The lights flickered on. I stayed in a snug spot between the registers, a ledge, and a mini fridge. Minutes passed. That's fine, I've got time. Still no footsteps. Curiosity got the better of me. I peeked my head up and saw something that made me immediately dive back under the counter. The food court was packed with people at tables, people lined up at the restaurant stalls, busier than I'd ever seen it, but it was silent. As I stayed below the counter, I rationalized. There's no fucking way, I muttered softly. I slowly inched up again, empty as expected. Must have been a trick of my mind. Well over an hour had passed. My heart stopped racing from the running around the crowded food court scare. I sent Will a picture, text from behind the bagel shop counter. He sent back the least tasteful selfie of him with his tongue down some girl's throat. She was dressed like a devil or some kind of demon, more skanky than creative. Just another reason to regret being here on Halloween night and not on a couch at a sick party with some cute chick. Whatever, I better focus on not getting caught anyhow. I snagged a cream cheese and salmon bagel from the fridge, checked the register. Sans drawer, of course, but worth a shot. Headed back upstairs via the hallway with the bathrooms. As I entered the hallway to the adjacent bathrooms, I started feeling something really strange. Happy to be there nonetheless. As I looked down the hallway, it started to elongate and distort. I felt nauseated, as though the funhouse corridor ahead of me contorted and twisted. I turned around, but the hallway behind me stretched even further. 2 meters I'd covered became 200 meters. I heard fast, rapid whispering directly into my ears. But there was nothing. The hallway was normal again. My nausea evolved into sickness. I raced to the nearest bathroom, the women's, and began to throw up in the toilet. It felt excessive, like I had binged at the Chinese buffet in the mall right before racing to the toilet. As I finished and wiped my mouth on my sleeve, I held the toilet desperately. Then I thought to myself, I had tried this room earlier and it was locked. Someone was here. Someone was fucking with me. I texted Will, who the fuck is here with me? No immediate response. Probably living it up at that party, asshole. I went up to the main level and sat on the bench across from the liquor store. The light was poor, but most of the walls on the level were glass. It was easy to see outside. According to Hal, there would not be any security here past midnight. Now, 12:10. I should not have anything to worry about. I sat a while longer, considering whether or not I should not or should leave. I may be in over my head, I thought out loud. Footsteps clacked against the smooth floor of the upper mezzanine. Fuck this, I'm definitely in over my head, I muttered as I ran possessions, they will be attended to. As for a mask, seeing as how mine is now reprehensibly damaged, you may borrow it. I shall have to find myself another. I couldn't shake the feeling that his voice was familiar. It was obscured by the strange vernacular he used. Although I had no reason not to trust him, I tucked my cell phone and my wallet into my underwear's waistband. I emerged as an unfamiliar sight, to be sure. I slowly fastened the mask's delicate ribbon behind my head, noticing the chip ruining the perfectly etched teardrop shape on the right eye hole. Splendid. The Earl will want to see you promptly, I'm sure. I looked up to see the exposed face of the gentleman. That bastard Kyle, you jackass. I shoved him aggressively. The moment he fell to the floor, the ambient colors of the room began to change to a lustrous gray. How dare you? I can understand an unintentional collision and have handled it with nothing less than absolute grace. You forget yourself. He got up almost an instant, his face now obfuscated and dark. I set off towards the hall, but in a moment Victorian Kyle was in front of me, blocking the way. You shall be the host, accept it or not. I will make no difference. The voice was no longer eloquent. It no longer sounded like Kyle either. I pushed past him as he ripped the mask off my face. The dining room was no longer warm and welcoming. Chandelier looked macabre. The candles had melted down completely, with sharp icicles of wax hanging down ominously. The carpeted floor was now torn scraggly. No one was dancing. All the guests were now standing still, facing me, and not a sound could be heard. My mind racing, heart pounding, I fought against a paralyzing fear and continued walking back toward the food court. Looking back over my shoulder, I could see every partygoer turning silently, never breaking their line of sight with every step I took. It was cold now, as if we were not protected from the elements outside. I continued down the marble staircase. The food court was not down here. In its place was some kind of cellar. Probably not the best spot, but I couldn't go back up. I was just thankful no one followed me. A pungent smell tickled my nose again. Not the same smell or vapors from before that previously assaulted the senses, but a thick sense of smoke, wood, and fabric. I found myself in a large open room with many barrels. It was dark, but the layout seemed familiar, like it mirrored the food court. I remember there being an exit to some kind of underground garage near the bathrooms. It seemed like my best chance. Once I turned the darkened corner, I felt a strange vibration, but then it stopped. What the hell? Another vibration, then it hit me. Fool that I am, my cell phone. I hastily tore through the layers of vintage clothing I was bound by, grasping desperately at my underwear. Incoming call, Kyle. I deliberately answered. It stopped. Maybe I should have answered. Maybe. Without hesitation, I answered the phone. Hello. Hey dude, how's your Halloween shopping going? Kyle's voice was loud. There was a lot of background noise. He was obviously yelling into the receiver. What the hell's going on, man? Where did you go? I barked aggressively while still attempting to remain quiet. What are you talking about? He sounded genuine, but he always was a good actor. What kind of friend runs off on his buddy several exits. At least I know if I can get back to the mall, I can escape through there. If the monster blocks one exit, I'll take another. I ran through the darkened cellar, up the marble staircase. Up the marble staircase, which I was previously at. I was prepared to be greeted by a ballroom filled with darkened antagonists. But to my surprise, it was absolutely empty. I stopped to try to get my bearing in this twisted historical version of the mall. It was hard to tell if this eerie, dim ballroom was less creepy without the guests or more creepy with them in it. Then, as if they just appeared and outstretched in front of me, was the most marvelous and magnificent set of staircase I have ever seen. Imagination could not do justice to the sight of the deep Merlot red carpet and perfectly manicured oak banister, gilded and his way around me, taking his time, appreciating the form of each strewn about body he passed. I found an excellent way to keep my youth throughout the years, but at last sometimes a more drastic action must be taken. I've attracted some undesirable attention from the locals of this wretched area. "What do you want with me?" I croaked, barely able to speak through the choke hold of the hands. "This estate this diamond in the rough will soon be mediated by yokels. Lucky for me, I won't be here when it does. Unfortunately for you, I'll be taking you with me this night. This Sammy and I can't take advantage of the shroud that separates this world from the next. Oh no, you may not expect death, but I can assure you it's quite the opposite, the abundance of the life. One body, two souls, you see," he trailed off as he bent over me. The hands began to cloud my vision and eventually my mind as I summoned the last bit of strength I had to scream. I woke with a startling fright to my alarm. 11:50 p.m. October 31st. Hastily turning it off, I looked around, wondering what I was doing at my desk. Looking at the notes strewn all over it, it all came flooding back. One night a year, I can regain some semblance of control. I need to finish the story. I need someone to know the truth. Feverishly, I scrawled, taking in my surroundings through my peripherals on occasion. I'm in some sort of cabin, no doubt remote, and if he fights hard enough for control of the body, it loses consciousness. That must be why I was asleep. 11:58. I'm almost out of time. Then my eyes catch a note. "If you lose hope, end it." I remember the fallback plan I came up with while being a passive observer and the parody of a life being played out before my eyes. I will not go another year as a prisoner. I hurry to the small kitchen and pick up a steak knife from the sink. Then I put the knife down. No, I walk over to the desk and pick up my writings. No, I walk over to the fireplace and cast them in. No, I'll have to be more careful in the future. Looks like we're getting some bright ideas of how to end our little relationship. I hear the words in my voice as I walk toward a door and open it. "We have a good thing going here." My mind begins to fog. As I approach a bound person barely squirming on the bed, let's not spoil it. Well, that was number 4. Have you ever had an itch you cannot scratch? I have many of them. Tewahway again writes this. It all started after we got back from a family trip around Eastern Europe. We have family in some of the countries, but my mother and father really love the history and architecture of the region. Everything went normally during the trip. We ate good food, saw cool sights, and spent time with distant relatives. Acted like I wanted to go home the whole time, but the truth be told, I had fun. My younger sister turned 14 on the trip. We had a big party for her. She was really into makeup and stuff. My parents got her a bunch of foreign brands that are popular, I suppose. As far as I know, this started only once we got back home. My sister started complaining about an itch. She said there was a weird tickling sensation constantly on her neck. She'd always asked anyone, and I mean anyone, even strangers around, to scratch it for her, but it was never satisfied. It was as though we just could not get the right spot. It appeared very frustrating for her. My mother thought that the itch might be a rash about 2 months after we had returned. The itch went from an itch to an obsession. She was always scratching all over her body. She said she could feel the tickle, tickle, tickle underneath the skin, as if thousands of tiny bugs were crawling around in her insides, as she would say. The closest thing we got to an answer was from a neurologist. He said that there could be problems with her nerves backfiring. He told us that there were certain medications she could be put on, but they would have serious side effects and adverse effects. My parents were understandably hesitant, but she was in agony constantly. We all agreed as a family we had no other option. I would watch her getting worse with every day. The medication barely helped. This medication left her in severe mental fog. She had a hard time communicating and paying attention. The other thing she could do properly was scratch her skin. That was it. As for her brother, watching her go through this was heartbreaking. I was helpless. I was supposed to look out for my little sister, to defend her and take care of her. I was at my wit's end, trying to think of what in the hell I could do. But if even the doctors have no idea, how the hell would I know? She stopped taking the medication. She said that the medication, was giving her uncontrollable side effects, very uncomfortable. She could hear the itching. She said the itching was better to deal with, and without the medication, that it irritated the sensation rather than disquieting them. Also, she had severe hallucinations. We all understood we wanted this to be her choice as much as possible, with how to handle this thing. Winter came around. Now she was going for counseling and therapy. My father believed that this was some kind of psychological thing, that a psychologist would be able to help her deconstruct the root of the issue. It's a good thing, too, because if the psychologist had not noticed, I don't know if any of us would have. She had been wearing heavy clothing all the time. We assumed this was due to the cold, but as it turned out, her body was covered in lacerations. She had been slowly trying to skin herself. She explained to my parents when the psychologist told them, "You don't understand. Whatever this is, it's inside of me. I have to get it out." My parents were mortified, and I was too. I could not help but wonder how she was able to hide it from us so well. I shared a bathroom with her. I never found traces of blood that could not be easily explained away. In the hospital, she was manic, screaming and flailing, refusing to hold still to let the nurses bandage her. "That's just going to keep it in," she howled, desperately trying to rip through her clothing to tear at her flesh. More my parents, they could not handle anymore. She was sent to an institution where they could keep an eye on her around the clock. She would have no access to tools which to harm herself, and she was forced to wear clothing that inhibited her from scratching her skin. That was a week ago. Today we heard from the hospital she's dead. The doctors said that they were not exactly sure how it happened, but at some point when she and some other patients were taken for a walk, she managed to impale herself on a fence through the throat. My mother has not spoken a word since we heard the news. My father is furious. He demands to know how this could happen. believe you should get yourself acquainted with this train while you have the time. There's a long road ahead, especially for you. Cyrus raised his head, ready to ask more questions, but was interrupted by the sputtering of the locomotive. The train's engine began to howl. Does it need more coal or something? Sharon turned to face Cyrus with a confused expression. The coal's not for the engine, he said, as his brow furrowed, pulling on the skite-like lever of the train's whistle twice. His face was stained with a somber tinge. Shortly after, a passenger clad in fine white silks came from the first car onto the platform of the locomotive. The passenger stopped and stared off into the desert briefly, as though reflecting on something. "Are you ready?" Chardon asked. "Yes," the woman responded, handing Sharon her ticket with 2 holes punched in it. Taking her by the hand, Sharon led her to the engine. She placed her hand on the furnace door and began to open it. As the heavy iron door slowly swung ajar, it exposed fires, the likes of which Cyrus had never seen. He thought he saw something great and terrible in the depths of the flames. The sight struck fear into his heart. Cyrus's thoughts were lost, the hungering inferno inside. "Get out now!" Cyrus could barely hear the command over the crackling flames and vacuum of smoke. As he turned to face the clear stairwell, he heard it scream. "There's more! I'll catch up!" he yelled in response. "Damn it, kid, don't play the hero." The sergeant ordered again, but Cyrus heard nothing over the roaring fire. "Help!" Again he heard the screams. Cyrus kicked repeatedly, desperately attempting to force the glass room door open. A shrill scream snapped Cyrus out of his waking dream. As he regained his sense of reality, he scanned his environment for the source of the sound. A chill ran down his spine and his hair stood on end. Standing alone in front of the engine's furnace, Sharon was unceremoniously cramming the furnace door shut as one leg of the woman protruded from the flaming abyss. The scent of searing flesh wafted on the dry desert air. "What the hell are you doing?" he screamed as he stood up and ran over to the woman's aid. The conductor turned from his grim task. "You can't help her. She's gone. She was gone from the moment she bought her ticket." Sharon said, lifting the left leg of the woman still dangling out from the furnace limp and letting it drop with a thud. Splintering crack of a bone breaking from the immense heat signaled the train's increasing pace. "They all think they're ready, but nothing can truly prepare you." Cyrus stood silent for a moment. He had seen the wrath of fire. He'd seen the devastation left in its wake. He'd seen his share of death. "Stop this train, you're letting me and the other passengers up." "What? We're in the middle of the desert. There's nowhere to go. Anyhow, you're assuming the passengers even want to get off," Sharon said as he stared somberly at Cyrus. His black clothing seemed to almost void any light around him, accented his stern and deadpan expression. Cyrus had never encountered such evil, such depravity. He fought fires, not people, desperately. He dashed through the door to the adjacent passenger car behind him. Cyrus was met with an unusually long train car, seeming to go on further than he could probably see. Something about it made him somewhat nauseous. All of the passengers on the right side gave Cyrus a very uneasy feeling, as though he could tell what kind of person they were by a mere glance. Everyone was clean, spotless, and immaculate. There were several vacant seats speckled about the right-hand rows. The sight of all the clean passengers caused Cyrus to look down and examine himself. His clothing was stained black with a thick coat of dust. The entire train car felt almost serene. There was something oddly peaceful about it. Then it dawned on him he could not hear the train at all. No chugging engine, no working wheels, no screeching rails. "We need to get off this train. The conductor just murdered some Cyrus, I don't quite catch that. What did you say? I thought I was ready. I thought I had everything. The woman paused. Oh God, no, my baby. I don't have my baby, but I needed to be here at the front of the train. The woman's agitation began to turn to panic. Immediately, Cyrus feared for the worst. Glimpses of the woman from earlier, her leg dangling from the furnace's mouth, flashed in his mind. Suddenly, as if answering his thoughts, the train began to accelerate again, though the engine couldn't be heard, and Cyrus felt the speed. He dreaded the thought of what happened to the man who went to the front. Maybe I need to go back once we arrive at the destination, or maybe I brought her. Maybe she's on this train. Will you help me find her, please? The woman ranted desperately. Of course, come with me. We'll find your baby. Cyrus reached a hand up the woman from her seat. Something caught his eye, and he paused. He was befuddled. Looking through the windows, he could not see anything. No desert, no landscape. All that he could see was a thick white fog. As how long ago did we pass the desert? The look of confusion crossed her face. What desert? Why do you want to find a desert? We need to find my daughter. Right, okay, I didn't see any baby in this car. Before he could finish his sentence, the woman stormed into the second car. The first thing Cyrus noticed was that every light in the second car seemed to be barely on. It was so painfully dim he had to squint to make out anything. The paltry light coming through the large windows on either side of him illustrated the drab and dreary environment that the train was moving through. Some kind of swamp, at least, or through that fog, Cyrus thought to himself. This car was less complacent than the last. The passengers were all quietly muttering. It seemed a little bit more lively, but not much. But ears of Cyrus's picked up snippets here and there, different passengers' words. They were not talking to each other, they were talking to themselves. Many slowly paced back and forth. Some stood still, some sat with their head in their hands. All seemed to be depressed. All right, everyone, listen up. The conductor on this train is a murderer. I saw him kill an innocent woman. Now another lady was lost, and she had lost her baby. We need to stop this train. We need to find her baby. No one paid heed to Cyrus's yells. It was as if no one could hear him. He looked around for the woman. What the hell is going on here? He was trying to help her. He knew this dimly lit car would be a challenge to search through, so they'd need to work together. As he scanned the sullen faces of the passengers, he finally spotted her seated, staring out into the gloom. Miss, I'm going to need your help to find your baby. Come on. My baby, she's lost. I can't find her. What kind of mother loses her baby? The woman muttered, vacantly, never turning her gaze from the window. Are you kidding me? Lady, let's go, he yelled as he shook her head by the shoulders. She turned her gaze to him. Have you found my baby? No, lady. No, I haven't. Get your ass up. Let's go. I'm going to go to the next car down to see if anyone there has seen your baby, okay? Absently, she stared into Cyrus's face before slowly nodding and standing up. Cyrus dashed through the crowd of listless passengers to the door of the next car. Looking back, his heart sank as he saw the woman standing still, staring into space, before ultimately sitting down once more. The third car was thick with smoke. It appeared as though it was some kind of lounge or dining car. Luxurious emerald green cushioned sofas and recliners situated around gaming and dining tables. For the first time since he entered the train's interior, Cyrus didn't wonder if he was losing his hearing. It was so loud. Shouting, swearing, cheering. It was as if he had entered the mid-1900s casino. The rich smell of cigars, smoke, accompanied by leather and wood, seemed sophisticated yet cheap. What's your poison, champ? A slender fellow in a suit about 2 sizes too big beckoned to him. Oh, no thanks, I'm not here for fun. What's going on here? Cyrus asked, eyeing the environment. What do you think, kid? This is the best part of the train. No, I mean this entire freaking train. What? This whole train? What is going on? I don't As he wrapped his fingers around the door's handles, he could feel a strange warmth that stirred memories. He pulled open the door and he was met with a scene of anarchy. The fourth car was a violent scene, screaming, shouting humanity. At its worst, the only lights in the grisly scene were from a raging flame outside the windows. Cyrus was halted, overcome by dramatic memories. Finally, Cyrus kicked the door open to the small classroom. Fires raged around him. The smoke began to thicken as he watched the hungry inferno's rapid growth. Desperately, he scoured the room. "Hello, where are you?" He scanned the room in search of the screams, source, but found nothing. No one. He was alone. Turning back to the door, a large portion of the ceiling in the hallway fell. He was trapped, choking on the growing smoke. He got low to the ground, hacking and coughing. He fought to maintain consciousness, but he was failing. His vision began to fade. The intense, raging heart of the fires felt like a dull warmth. Then he heard the smashing of glass. As powerful jet of water came streaming through the window. Salvation. As he faded into unconsciousness, he thought he could see a figure cloaked in a ratty-suited stained overcoat. Abruptly, Cyrus was shook back to reality once more. A pair of large, fat hands gripped his upper arms and throttled him violently. "Hey, asshole, I'm talking to you," the overweight and hairy man screamed. Small flecks of his spit landing on Cyrus's face. Cyrus examined the man, who could only be described as gorilla-like, before pushing him back, freeing him from the gorilla's grip. Panicked, heart racing, and still fueled by the fight or flight instincts of his dramatic flashback, he turned around and raced back into car 3. Cyrus turned, pressed his back to the door, and felt the floor, panting, drenched in sweat. He looked to the gaudy lounge in front of him. He took one final notice, then he saw something that caused a pit to form in the depths of his stomach. The scene outside the window was the familiar, dilapidated cityscape as when he left this car. But the fourth car appeared to be moving through a fiery, hellish land. "There's something very wrong on this train," Cyrus thought. Determined, he walked over to the bar, grabbed a small glass that hosted a dark brown liquor, and gulped it down. It tasted of rum, but thought that the adrenaline he felt no burn. Cyrus ignored the cacophony and stormed back to the fourth car, ready to face his own personal hell. Walking through the threshold was like entering another world. Chaos doesn't do justice to the scene that Cyrus bore witness to. Attempting to ignore the engulfing flames outside of the train car, he fixated on a man lying on the ground, having the daylights beaten out of him by a short, surly woman. It was hard to tell if the man was unconscious or dead. Taking a few steps forward, a familiar, thick-fingered fist landed on the side of Cyrus's head, knocking him to the floor and putting a distinct daze in his mind. He looked up shakily to see the gorilla man standing over him. Cyrus noted that the man wore a bright, fizzy purple suit. The caricature of a pimp before Cyrus could attempt to stand, the thick brass base of a cane was planted on his chest, pinning him to the floor. "How the hell did you get through that door? How do you get passengers began to gradually come into Cyrus's focus. All throughout this massive white space, there were people living out of scenes on repeat nauseam. It was as though they were clips or scenes skipping and replaying constantly, often gruesome and violent. He'd take that previous hellish car of rage over this. Far in the distance, he saw a tiny rectangular shape, hoping against hope that it was a door heading to anywhere else but here. He swam over to it. As he got closer, he realized it was a shop counter. Behind it, there was a young woman counting change. What the hell is going on? What is this place? We gotta get out of here. 57, 58, 59, she continued, counting. Lady, hey, lady, Cyrus yelled. The woman snapped out of her numerical trance, lifted her gaze from the cash box, staring meekly at him. A strange realization seemed to wash over her. You're not a customer, are you? She asked softly. No, I'm trying to find out how the hell to get out of this train, he paused. It's not like there was any way, they tell, where the train was anymore. Did they punch your ticket? The woman asked, holding up a small piece of paper with one hole in it. As Cyrus stared at the paper, then to the woman's face, he could see the barely concealed signs of a significant abuse on her face. There was no amount of makeup that could cover up that damage. My boyfriend had 2 holes punched in his ticket. He got really angry and he left. I haven't seen him in so long. He left. Where did he go? The young lady turned her head, staring at a familiar sliding door floating in the vacant space near them. There's no way in hell that door was there before, Cyrus thought. He said he was moving on, done with me and done with this place. I hope he's okay. She turned her gaze back down to the register somberly. I'm sure you're better off without him. He sounds like a dick. Did he do that to you? She placed a hand on her face and a surprised realization washed over her. Slowly she began to wander over to the door. He did this to me. He did this to me. I need to get to the front of the train. She placed her hand on the door. Lady, be careful. I watched the conductor murder someone on the train. You're going to do this. It's certainly dangerous. Don't get hurt or worse. She paused, hand on the door. Get hurt. She released the handle and walked back to the register. 60, 61, 62. She counted and counted. Lady, what the hell? Cyrus yelled, turning her gaze to meet him. She replied, oh, sorry, you're not a customer, are you? In frustration, Cyrus clapped his palms over his face. I'm not doing this again. Good luck, lady. Cyrus swam over to the door, slid it open, and pulled himself through the threshold. Finally, Cyrus thought to himself with relief, back to gravity. He stood for a moment, eyes closed, his feet planted firmly on the metal grate below him. He definitely back on the train. He could feel the momentum. He opened his eyes and darkness. He scratched his head, closed his eyes tightly, and then opened them again. Pitch black. Looking to his feet, he could see the small metal grate on which he stood. He was on a balcony outside the train. There was a guardrail. Turning around, he could see the door in the rear of the car, number 5. He had certainly reached the end, but there was nothing beyond the train. As he stared into the void, he noticed the one thing that he could see outside the train, the rails as far as was visible. The rails on which the train traveled stretched endlessly into the black void. I try to avoid going through the cars if I can. A familiar voice was heard from above. Cyrus turned to see the conductor, Sharon, on top of the 5th car, looking down to him. It's far too easy to get wrapped up in the people's petty squabbles, lifelong dilemmas. It's important to let them sort them out themselves. The rest is up to the train. Why should I listen to you? You're a murderer. Sharon's released a heavy sigh. Oh, I suppose you'll get desensitized to it all. Those who lived a selfish, cruel life belong in the fires of that engine. Eventually, don't know for sure, were somewhat different. Cyrus put a trembling hand to his forehead as he tried to digest the news. So the fire in the school, I never made it out, did I? No, you did not. The engine began to gradually wind down, and the cadence of the train slowed. You're not going to shove me in that furnace, are you? Cyrus asked nervously. Sharon chuckled to remove his soot-stained head. No, we have momentum to make it to the end. The glow of the distant yellowish light grew stronger. Moments later, the train had come to a stop. The platform looked somewhat rustic, if not altogether unremarkable. Other than the train, platform, a few benches, and a small shelter, there was nothing else in the eternal dark void. Cyrus went to take a step down, but Sharon grabbed his shoulder. Hold on there, passengers first. It's incredibly important to check their tickets. They stood there together as all the passengers in the first car slowly and harmoniously piled off the train, showing the single hole punched on their tickets. As if entirely reinvigorated, the passengers lost their placid demeanors and looked truly at peace the moment their feet landed on the platform. What about the other passengers from the other cars? Cyrus asked. They're not ready yet, maybe on the next trip. How many trips have you made? Sharon looked surprised, as though it's not something he'd ever been asked or thought of. Not sure. This is my last trip, though. He hung his coat over the rail and placed his hat on Cyrus's head. Before stepping down to the platform, I've been on this train for as long as I can remember. I'm not even sure who or what I was in my life. Cyrus filled with dread as he began to glue in. So then, who's going to run this train? Didn't you wonder why you only could move between the cars freely? Why the passengers look to you for answers? I've done all I can for you, and I hope that letting you explore the train would serve to groom you. I see, Cyrus said, trying not to panic. He turned to the door of his first car, left ajar. He saw the right hand rose once more, filled, recognizing the pimp from the fourth car among them. The train, as if on schedule of its own, slowly began to jog. The piercing whistle echoed in the pure darkness. What if I refuse? Cyrus yelled in desperation. Your alternative is a fate worse than the engine's flame, Sharon responded. One more piece of advice, so listen closely. Cyrus strained to hear, trembling where he stood. A pit formed in his stomach as despair sunk in. Whatever happens, do not stop the train, Sharon yelled as he faded into darkness. Sweet Lily, Sweet Lily. Written by Tewahway. Tewahway, I guess. What did she see? That sweet Lily, see in the depths of the well. Someone's down there calling to me, echoing like a death knell. There's no one down there, sweet Lily. There's nothing there deep in the dark. Listen to Papa, listen please. His wisdom I beg you to hark. Nothing can be, sweet Lily, alive in the depths of that pit. If there were just leave it be, Mother would scream in a fit. As time did pass, that sweet Lily found her freedoms restricted, never to know how could she, her parents already convicted. Where are my brothers? asked Lily, hoping for someone to play. An only child, no brothers have ye, barked father, red with dismay. Hunger grew for sweet Lily, her frame now feeble and frail. Solid food, how long has it been? She wandered deep from her jail. Prayers now answered for sweet Lily, she drank up the fresh summer's air. It's all over, am I now free, as sunlight tickled her hair. Led slowly outside, sweet Lily. She knew something was amiss. Her parents waited, absent of glee, met her with less than a hiss. If only you'd been good, Lily, behaved and given to session. Instead, you have ignored our plea. She should not have asked so many questions. The chase. The chase, the chase, the chase. The chase. There is beauty in all things. There is a distinct beauty in loss, regret, and sadness. There was a wake of this beauty left behind by Persephone everywhere she went, and yes, she was exceptionally beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. It took a little more than a quiet glance. Usually when she saw something she wanted, she always found a way to get it. The fact that she was a little cold, detached, even worked in her favor. It made the hunter feel that much hungrier. Not that they were ever truly fed. After all, hunter was more of an ironic term. Persephone always thought that there was some kind of purpose to her work, a grand design, not something functional, but more artistic, something to satiate the soul. It was food for the afterlife. Normally she was smart, calculated even, but for whatever reason this time was so different. Something about this one tripped her up. This boy, no, truly a man. This man had something, some characteristic she never had fallen prey to before. This man was aloof, constantly on the move. Persephone never really have a place to call home. Her home was wherever she ended up, and once she had served her purpose, well, she would move on. She neither feared repercussions nor faced the potential difficulties proposed by settling down roots. She simply had to spread her art, share her work with the world. This place was different. This city was truly more of a brutish land full of waste, both physical and emotional, contemptible down, one that she would be happy to say adios to as soon as she had completed her last masterpiece, that is. Landing the job would have been easy for any pretty girl, but for Persephone it was a joke. She saw him, the man on the subway, and had to give chase. He did not even notice. Perhaps he had poor eyesight. Yes, that must be it. Her pure natural beauty. Her pure natural beauty was hard to miss. She followed him to a dusty alley in which he entered the back door of a large restaurant. Naturally, as a predator to her prey, she patiently waited. Even now and again he came out to smoke, clad in the distinctive white clothing of a line cook. She had wasted almost a full day, but it would be worth it at the end. The longer the hunt, the sweeter the meat, after all. As Persephone arrived at her apartment, she found a curious paper was waiting on the other side of the door, no doubt slid under the crack. The golden fox, so swift is her movement, cunning is her gaze, leaving every heart frazzled and dazed. The sheen of her coat, so beautiful and smart, it betrays the darkness that brews in her heart, the evil within. No one else see this golden fox. She belongs with me. A creepy feeling crawled up her spine, and it was not just from the shitty poem. It would have been harmless, warranted she said with a giggle. Of course, I do my best to ensure a professional environment, but the interviewer took a deep breath and she continued loudly, her voice echoing through the empty dining room. Some young men have a hard time focusing on their jobs. With that, a minor scuffle could be heard in the kitchen as all the faces scrambled and vanished. Persephone ceased her laughter and put on a serious face. All things considered, the interview went pretty well. While she knew there was no way she would be rejected, she was certainly given cause to prove herself. No matter, though, Persephone was more than capable of waiting tables and serving drinks. As she gathered herself to leave, she looked back through the kitchen window and she saw him finally. He was looking down, probably washing his hands, steadied herself for the inevitable eye contact, and prepared her most sultry smirk. Only the inevitable never came. He promptly turned away from the window and disappeared into the depths of the restaurant's heart. It was not the first time she had gone this far out of her way for one of her remarks. She knew it would not be the last either, but still it irked her that she had already devoted a full day to this one. Yet Jill had not learned his name. Suppressing her frustration, she had given a cordial goodbye to the woman who had interviewed her. Charlotte, Cheryl, something with a sh sound. No matter, she had time to get the details down. As she walked down the dusty street, bustling with construction, she felt a vibration, a phone call. As she checked who it was, a devilish grin crept across her face. Danny. She silenced the call and slipped the phone back into her pocket. Feeling more confident and powerful already, she could almost taste his sorrow and anguish. He was probably losing himself, losing his grip as much as Persephone never liked to stay in one place or keep an identity for this long. Something about the boys in the city were just so ripe for the picking. She slept that night, sound and restful. She had neither a thought to cloud her mind nor a dream to distract her. She emerged from her bed that slowly changed, preparing herself for her first day of work. Something profoundly disturbing washed over her, something foreign and unnatural. A miasma of indecision plagued her as thoughts of her rugged quarry worried and wormed their way into her previously tranquil mind. She was nervous. Within minutes, her tidy and neatly organized room looked like a proverbial massacre. The vast majority of her closets, dissonance lay strewn about the floor, like innocent casualties of war. A tube of sumptuous red lipstick was crushed underfoot permanently. One with the one manicured carpet had been. An alarm went off, entirely disrupting her manic state. It was time to leave, knowing she could not risk being late on her first day. Admitted defeat and prepared to finish her makeup on the commute. The thought alone was quick. She could not remember the last time she had let someone see her virginal face. Although a natural beauty, there was a strength in makeup. The facade served as an armor. Nonetheless, she now lacked any other option. Arriving 10 minutes early, she prepared herself for the typical introductions of a new job. There are vague outlines for how to deal with people, her ingrained how-to guide on controlling her environment. Taking a deep breath, she reflected on them. Be aloof with young men, make them work for your attention. To older men, be the causes a sort of social stagnation. Everyone there is thinking about you, still wanting to talk about you, but who knows? They cannot. Not yet, at least. What was a girl to do? Give them what they want, of course. Persephone was all too happy to talk about herself, even if hardly a lick of it carried any truth. She attempted to peek around, but could not see behind the past. She knew there were at least 3 people in the kitchen, aside from herself, the dishwasher and 2 cooks. But she could only see the dishwasher, an older, stout, dark-skinned man, the one from the kitchen who she had the pleasure of speaking with. So far, his name was long, but seemed nice enough, if not a little obvious about his wandering eyes. I miss the kitchen environment. It's so nostalgic for me, she said loudly, fighting the ambient drone of the fumes. You worked in a kitchen before, a loud voice returned, as a chubby pale face that carried beady eyes and unkempt stubble popped up into the service window. Why, yes, I was the sous chef at a small place up north. The pay was pretty bad, so I moved on. Why didn't you apply for a kitchen job here then? The man's tone grew obtrusive and mildly antagonistic. Harder work for worse pay. Geez, I wonder why, Persephone said sarcastically. The surly man behind the pass looked at her. It was him. It was him, he leered with a mildly agitated expression before swiftly walking out the back door to the alley. Don't mind. He's a bit of a bitch. Who's that? Persephone asked, eager to get any bit of information she could on her target. You're here talking to me, and yet you ask about the jackass who doesn't say a word to you and fucks off back to smoke. Wow, the surly man said, feigning offense. Persephone faked a laugh. Yeah, we all knew it was fake. Joshua, the sulking baby who just stormed out back, is Fargus. My name is Joshua. Fargus, an unusual name, one that she had never heard before. It did not matter, it would be common to her tongue soon enough. It's a pleasure to meet you, Joshua. I better be getting back out front, Persephone said as she walked out with the cutlery roll-ups. Joshua grunted in acknowledgement. The day continued to crawl by, with the brunch service coming to a lackluster close, but thoughts of this Fargus kept Persephone occupied. That brief encounter in the kitchen was the first time she had him head on. He was much more handsome than she first thought. Oh my, she said. The way his white chef coat floated with every movement, giving subtle hints of his toned and muscular back. Perhaps he has an inflated ego. The thought drifted across her mind as she viciously chewed the rear end of the innocent pen in her hand, like a hyena picking clean the last remnants of putrid meat from a scavenged kill. Perhaps I can use that. Yes, as if some distant cue from the depths of the kitchen emerged. He was changed into his street clothes. Without a word, he headed towards the door. Hey, Persephone called out to him. He paused, sighed, and turned to face her. What? He said curtly, setting a hostile tone. Nice beard. It's not really a look for everyone, but it works for you, Persephone said, hoping the mild negativity would work in her favor. She shifted her weight and gave a slight nodding gesture as she cracked a superior smirk, much to her surprise. kitchen as Joshua's fat face peered from the window. What happened? What was that about? The hostess, Layla piped up with concern. I have no idea, it just snapped at me, Percival said, face doubly red with embarrassment and anger. That's so weird. Frank's normally so calm and collected. I've never seen him like that. Frank, Percival thought to herself, fuming with rage. She turned her gaze to the kitchen to see Joshua looking at her with a shit-eating grin. What an asshole. Persephone's commute home was riddled with stress, delays, and detours on the public transit. Lines certainly did nothing to assuage her fiery anger and shame that she felt. She was not used to falling prey to the jokes and games of others. In fact, she was not used to being targeted by these kind of cruel pranks to begin with. Typically, she was the one behind such shenanigans. If it was not her anger, she might have felt humbled. Finally, she had arrived at her apartment as she ran for the closing elevator door. A gloved hand emerged, causing the doors to slide back open. Thank you, she said, breathing heavily. At least there was some small graces on this completely bamboozled day. Floor, the well-dressed man asked. 4, please, she answered with a smile. The stranger nodded his head and gestured toward the already illuminated button number 4. As the pair exited the elevator, after enduring a mildly awkward stretch of silence, they both turned left. Persephone kept walking, but she knew the stranger was close in tow. She began to grow concerned, but she always had something up her sleeve. She was more than prepared in the event that one of her previous conquests were to do something erratic or track her down. She did, after all, make a point of never letting them know where she lived. Stopping in front of her door, she gripped the small can of beer, a bare mace in her pocket tightly, and turned dramatically. Can I help you? She blurted out loudly in hopes of stirring the attention of her neighbors. That depends. Is this your home? The man asked as he nodded towards the door. Well, that depends on who's asking. Persephone responded as she slowly slid the small tube out of her pocket, keeping her hand turned away from the stranger to hide it. That's understandable. I'm Detective Sterling, one of the Toronto Police Service. I need a moment of your time, the man said as he slowly pulled a badge from his inner coat pocket. You can put whatever that is away now, and I'm going to pretend I didn't see it. He gestured to her hand firmly, clasping the mace. Persephone took a deep breath, briefly punishing herself for not reading the situation more accurately. She stuffed the spray back into her pocket and unlocked the door. Please come in, she said, hoping that she had not roused the attention of her neighbors after all. She did her best to keep a calm yet bubbly composure, but she could not prevent her mind from running wild. Or did I screw up? How did it trace back to me? Who was it? Please have a seat, Detective Sterling, Persephone said, ripping herself away from her raising concern. Thank you, Detective. As he sat in the small chair across from her, the table between them served them as sort of a barrier in a tentative battlefield. You're Persephone Zelenofoto, correct? Yes, sir. What's this about? She feigned ignorance, knowing full well this had something to do with one of her victims. Well, it seems that there has been a terribly unfortunate incident. Do you know Daniel Tanner? No, sir, the name does not ring a bell. She nervously put a hand over her brow, knowing immediately the mistake she was making in denying it. It was as if she was watching herself lose game at chess, but was helpless to correct the wrong moves. See, that's very peculiar, miss. Your number was on Mr. Tanner's phone, and there were multiple pictures of you around his apartment. Persephone took a deep breath, calming her nerves before responding. She had been in similar situations and was already raking herself over the coals about how poorly she had handled the conversation so far. She was not in control. Oh, Tanner. I thought you said Fanner. Yes. I know him. What's going on? Is Danny okay? Persephone said, faking concern that bordered on panic. No, he's not. I'm sorry to tell you, but Mr. Tanner has taken his own life. The detective's gaze narrowed. There was obviously something suspicious, aloof, but he could not quite say for sure. His girlfriend said she'd never seen you before and had no idea who you were when shown the photographs that covered his apartment walls. Persephone could feel a rush of just adrenaline filling her. She had never been so succinct, so poignantly expedient and effective in her end game. She had only known Daniel for a few weeks. The agony must have been in the hopelessness and despair. Thinking about it renewed her, filled her with vigor. She could feel control returning, all the while hiding her true feelings. Crocodile tears began to stream down her face. The tears of false love streamed down. Danny's dead. Why? How? I can't believe it. There must be some mistake. She spat out hastily, her false panic and grief betraying the truth of her inner serenity. I'm sorry for your loss, the detective said with a frown and a nod. Persephone's tears ceased momentarily, and she looked up and took a dramatically deep breath. Did you say his girlfriend? I had no idea. Her eyes dripped like venom from a cobra's fangs. Were you and Mr. Tanner romantically involved? Yes. No, well, I hoped we would be. Do you have any idea what reason he would have to place dozens of pictures of you all throughout his apartment? Persephone's hollow eyes betrayed the memories they held beneath, memories of telling him that he did not appreciate her enough, that he was not in love enough for her, that he needed to worship her. Never were these demands said in such obvious ways, nor were they exclusive to any one victim. Her predatory and parasitic way of forcing herself into someone's life, burrowing into their heart and leaving nothing but a husk in her wake, was fairly formulatic. But now Danny proved an easy target. He was not unloved by friends and family. He just had a certain melancholy that plagued him. He could not see the forest for the trees, so to speak. The only time Persephone saw him smile was when she allowed him to smile. She found him working at a sandwich shop immediately. She marked him as prey. Her flirtatious nature goaded his self-deprecating and defeatist jokes. Not that they were ever actually funny, just pathetic. Something that she knew she could hint at to destabilize him as time went by. The cheery and encouraging remarks of, "Oh, you're so funny and I'm so happy to be with you," rapidly turned to, "You think that's funny? What's wrong with you? And why do I bother you?" Or why do I bother with you? Sometimes it takes time and effort to ruin the foundation that separates a man from the base, quiet and pitiful child beneath. With Danny, it took no time at all. Now he seemed like such a normal guy, Persephone said, emerging from her memories. Did he ever mention anything cult-related? Did you ever witness him perform any sort of rituals? What? No, never. Never anything like that. What is this all about? What did he do? Thank you for your time, Miss Sanafoto. I may reach out to you in the future with more questions. Please let me know if you intend to leave town, Detective Sterling said as he handed her his card. The reality sunk in on Persephone. Deep down, she knew things were liable to catch up to her now and again. So many victims, too many to remember the names, but she could see all their faces every time she closed her eyes. Like a warm quilt of ecstasy-laden patches, like a lover's intimate embrace, only now she had never been this close to an investigation, a suspect. She not only knew that he would kill himself eventually, she picked out the weapon and made it him to buy it. Would they link it to her? Would they find the shop he bought it from? Would the shopkeeper mention the pretty but upset young lady convincing her stretched-out boyfriend to buy the ornate pocket knife, the knife he repeatedly said he could not afford? Detective Sterling, she called out, voice trembling. He turned to meet her gaze from the doorway. Would you like a cup of coffee? I don't really want to be alone right now, she said, putting on her best puppy dog eyes. I appreciate the offer, I truly do, but I need to get back to work. I'm sure a beautiful young lady like yourself has many people close to her that she can rely on, he said suspiciously as he began to close the door behind him. Have a good evening, miss, and I am sorry for your loss. As the door closed, she exhaled a deep sigh. This whole sad debacle with Fargus, Frank, whatever hell his name was, had put Persephone off her game. She had never been in such a twisted flesh and saw her looking back at him with a coy smile. Joshua said enthusiasm, you gotta hang out in the kitchen more often. Marcus snapped out of the momentary fixation and made his way to the other side of the pass. Beside Joshua, he set down 2 mugs without a word and retreated to the walk-in fridge in the back. Persephone decided to make herself scarce. She had laid some groundwork, caught his attention. The seed of carnal desire had been planted. Now she just needed to get wet. She glanced at the kitchen schedule before taking her leave. The day dragged on as was expected in the slow season. As winter's chill gave way to spring's thaw, the warmth began to carry on the breeze. Persephone found herself behind the restaurant taking out some garbage. Frank sat on a small milk crate, cigarette in one hand and a plastic 1-liter container of soda in the other. She threw the black bag in the dumpster, approached Frank. "Can I bum a smoke?" she asked, leaning forward and squeezing her breasts together in a way that would make Howard Stern blush. Wordlessly, he tapped a cigarette out of his pack and handed it and a lighter to her. She put the cigarette in her mouth and leaned against the dusty alley wall. "Shouldn't you wash your hands first?" Frank said plainly. "Sometimes it's okay to get a bit dirty, you know," she said with a giggle. "Plus it was all just bar chits and coasters." "Why do you do that?" "Do what? Why do you act like a slut?" Frank asked with a deadpan glare. Persephone was caught off guard. She wasn't sure how to respond. "What the fuck? You're a pretty enough girl, but you don't strike me as someone who's on the prowl for sex constantly. Why are you pretending you are?" "Excuse me, you don't know shit about me. I've seen dozens of girls come and go from this place. I've been here for years. I've seen professionals and I've seen flirts. Eventually you get a good sense of who's who." Persephone gritted her teeth and crossed her arms. "So which am I?" "Neither," Frank said as he flicked his cigarette butt towards a storm drain nearby, stood and opened the door. "How are you so sure?" she asked, genuinely curious now. "You don't have that smell about you," he said as he entered the restaurant, leaving the door to swing shut behind him. Persephone, taken aback, she could not understand what to make of all this. All of a sudden, things did not seem quite so simple. One thing was made abundantly clear to her, though. Her conviction grew and her resolve hardened. She had to have him. The rest of the day was particularly uneventful. Persephone wondered to herself whether or not this restaurant could keep her on with how slow business was. She knew she would have to ensure that she was the most valuable server they had. Seniority beat demand. Taking any spare time she had to get ahead by cleaning and organizing, she found herself receiving praise almost immediately. Later that night, Persephone was rough to sleep. Tossing and turning, more dreams plagued her unwaking mind. She found herself lightly jogging around some rural streets. Before she knew it, the streets gave way to a sun-bathed field of lavender-like plants. They held rows of elegant purple bells cascading down over another as she appreciated the scenery. A feeling of dread began to grow. The sun darkened to gloom and the plants began to wilt. Something was watching her. Persephone tried to run back to the rural area she started in, but to her dismay, she was met with dirt paths and rolling field. Without option, she ran further and deeper into the darkened woods, away from the once beautiful meadow. The crunching of leaves and twigs underfoot were echoed by whatever pursued her. She could tell the beast was toying with her, keeping pace and gaining ever so slightly. The harder and faster she tried to run, the slower it felt that she moved, until she broke from the wetlands into a smaller meadow. Red and yellow chrysanthemums formed in a rim. Within the copse, her heart was racing as she panted heavily. She felt a terror she had not known before. She cried out in desperation as her feeling body began to exalt. To fail her, rustling noises in the bushes behind her were overshadowed by a piercing howl. Her exhausted spirit turned to a pitiful, shambled bit of time. It was upon her. sudden, and the thrashing between them began to slow and grow rhythmic. Her brunches and kicks ceased as her arms found themselves all over the beast's shoulders. Her legs held aloft, pressing against the creature's thighs. She could feel him inside of her. Slowly, her eyes fluttering open, meeting the monster's living gaze with every gyration of hips, every grinding of the lights. She felt him in a way she never felt anything before. Frank's eyes stared back at her with a passionately tamed wildness behind them. A pressure began to build. Persephon's heart raced. The panting, the exhaustion from the chase morphed into euphoria and ecstasy. At that moment, the pleasure grew too much, as if she was going to slip away from the reality. She pulled Frank's face toward her and kissed him passionately. Only it was not Frank. She was kissing a large, warm, wet tongue protruded from the beast's snout where her lover's face had once been. She was overwhelmed once more with fear. The monster opened its jaw and brought it down on her neck. Persephone woke, heart pounding out of her chest. She had never been so overwhelmed by emotion. Those same feelings from her previous dream, losing control, feeling powerless, they closed in on her, but this time she somehow enjoyed it. Her heart continued to pound as she laid in bed, taking deep breaths. She glided her hands down her neck where the nightmarish jaws closed down and continued to feel her body. Every spot it touched, every spot she touched. He touched as she slowly reached the spot between her legs. She could almost feel his breath on her neck, tasting him on her tongue. Persephone peeled down her soaking wet pants and guided herself into passionate bliss. She rose early in the morning, feeling strangely energized. Memory of last night's dream was all too fleeting. Her morning routine was largely unchanged. She went for a jog, showered and did her makeup, got dressed, ate breakfast, and prepared to leave. The detective's card on the coffee table caught her eye. She paused, just for a moment in hesitation, but no. She was not going to get caught. She had not even truly done anything wrong. She refused to let that boy Danny, be the one that caught up to her. He was hardly worth the time anyhow, not like Frank. Her heart fluttered as thoughts of him filled her head. His lean but muscular build, obfuscated by his work clothes, his strong jaw laden in dark hair, his piercing green eyes, his subtle wildness. She took a seat on the couch nearby as her legs could barely keep aloft. Taking a deep breath, Persephone picked up the card, walked into the kitchen, and set it ablaze on the gas range as she held the corner of the card tightly. The flame slowly ebbed and flowed its way towards her fingers. The warmth grew as the fire consumed the card, leaving a thick, inky smoke in its wake. Closed her eyes and felt the heat grow immense, almost unbearable, before losing control of her grip and dropping the small flame. It burned itself through before reaching the floor. Her fingers echoed the pain of the flames, reddened from the burn, yet it felt tolerable. Her phone pinged enthusiastically once, twice, finally 3 times. She pulled her phone from her pocket. 3 texts from a number she didn't recognize. "Hey, it's Brenda from the Huntsman. Come meet up for drinks tonight. I'm off at 10. Meet me then." Which one was Brenda? Persephone muttered to herself, probably the friendly one who kept saying we should hang out. With every other breath, she wasn't usually keen on befriending her coworkers, but something about the thought of rejecting the one made her feel oddly lonely. Plus, this could be an opportunity to glean some insight of her knowledge of Frank. "Okay, be there at 10:30, she responded. The day dragged on. She found herself surprisingly excited to go out. Thoughts of doing anything that would bring her closer to Frank occupied her mind. She never considered stopping by crystal. Nonsense, a voice called. Stay a while. Your first drink's on me. I don't think we met. The older man behind the bar stuck out his hand for a shake as his too-wide smile framed everything on his face above his broader, chiseled jaw. Persephone took the man's hand. His grip was just a little too tight to be appropriate. She winced in discomfort. Persephone, she said, as she forced a smile, doing little to hide her disinterest. Eric, he said in response. Now what can I get? Just a water, please. I tell you that your first drink's on me, and you tell me you want water. You are a Linkle drinking age, right? He jabbed, never once losing his cheeky grin. All right, well, maybe I will see the wine list, she said with a sigh. Wine list? Well, ain't you classy? He slapped the wine list onto the bar in front of her, creating a small gust that sent her soft, glossy curls bouncing back. The sky's rather obnoxious, she thought. I'll take a glass of Bordeaux. Good thing I'm not paying for it then, because it was expensive. Eric's face twisted in a mixture of frustration and admiration as he walked over to the wine cabinet, pulled out a bottle, lowered a glass, handed it to her, and said cheers as he walked away. Eric, is she back in? May I see the bottle, please? He walked over with a grimace. Why? This isn't Bordeaux. Eric picked up the bottle and examined it, pretending that he had no idea. Oh, my mistake, he said, as he pulled out a new bottle. He held it out to her with an overt sense of ceremony, then began to uncork it and pour the glass. She greeted him with a smug smirk as he placed the new glass in front of her. You know your wine. You can keep the other glass, no charge. I don't tend to drink shitty wine, but I'd rather not let it go to waste, she replied. Persephone sipped her wine in solitude for about half an hour. She had already polished off the first two glasses, and on to her third. In her excitement and anticipation, she forgot to pace herself. She nearly finished her third glass when, as she calculated, Frank emerged from the kitchen. It certainly helped her plans that the kitchen schedule was posted in the back. Frank took a seat at the opposite end of the bar. Persephone tried to catch his eye to gain an entrance, but Eric placed the amber pint in front of him. If nothing else existed, she caught herself leering. She decided to go for a smoke and regain her composure. The last thing she needed was to come across as infatuated, which she was made very clear to herself that she was not. After asking Eric to keep an eye on her drink, she went to her locker. Cutting through the kitchen, she knew there would be backup cigarettes in her locker. Well, if it isn't my biggest fan, she heard Joshua say as she walked through, hardly in the mood for small talk. Bitch, she heard him murmur. Up the single flight of stairs, the second level, she was met with a familiar note halfway stuffed into the narrow slit of her locker's door. She opened the folded paper. Her concern turned to dread. My golden fox, she blends with the chickens, throws stealth and guilt. My golden fox, stay with me a while. An old flame, perhaps a jilted lover. No, so much more. We're meant for each other. How many times, in how many ways, must I try to put an end to this chase zone? We'll unite. You will be mine. Our bodies as one. One each other will dine. The last line gave her a chill, not just from the creepiness of the poem, nor the invasiveness of which as a mire had intruded her life, but from a feeling of helplessness. Was she in over her head? Should she simply abandon this case, this Frank, and leave town like so many times before? She had never given up a chase, never failed in pursuit of transcendental happiness. But between the investigation, Danny's death, the cryptic poems, and her tempestuous new feelings, it was really worth it. She grabbed the small and ornate cigarette case, a gift from a begone conquest, and headed back down the stairs into the alley. Cigarette ignited enthusiastically, its sizzling ember, the only sound in the dark, quiet alleyway. She paced while racking her mind the kind of predicament which entirely unprecedented. Maybe I should move apartment, she thought to herself, but realized that they only solved a single problem, not even thoroughly. To leave her stalker behind, she would need to overhaul most of her life. But the thought of losing her big score, this brooding, bearded animal, had caused a pit to form in her stomach, a poignant feeling of loss. guess you probably don't recognize me. It's Elliot," he said, with a big, proud grin. The name really did not ring a bell. Whatever. It was obviously had undergone substantial plastic surgery. It did not turn out well. His voice, faint hint of British accent, reminded her of her time in London. Memories of one of her earliest pursuits. Coincidentally, one of her most messy came flooding back. The young scholar was handsome, almost handsome enough. As much as men tried to secure in their masculinity and vanity, they're as easily exploitable and fragile ego down deep. My parents still haven't talked to me since I left Oxford. I tried going home to them after you left. My mother wouldn't even look at me. My father said I wasn't his son. "What are you doing here?" Bushphone asked. "I've come to claim my prize, of course. Life is a journey, a quest. For every hardship and difficult moment there lies sweet reward. You used to always say something like that. I'm here to collect on the one thing I want, the one thing I need in life." The glowing chair and the tip-up Persephone cigarette had reached all the way down to the filter. A cool wind blew, taking the pillar of ash that was once a cigarette, barely holding itself along together with it. It took a lot of money, all of it, in fact. Despite disowning me, I suppose my father didn't close my access to the family accounts, not until after the surgeries, at least. Did you know South Korea has some of the greatest plastic surgeons in the planet? His grin grew wider. "Listen, Elliot, I don't know why you came all the way to Cannes." "No, you listen. No protesting. I've come for my prize. My notes to you are not an attempt to woo you. You're already mine. You just don't know it yet. Can't you see that everything I've done is for you?" Elliot barked, his voice increasing in volume and intensity. "Do you think I'm handsome now? Handsome enough?" He languidly traced the taut skin on his face with his fingertip. He was now close enough to Persephone for her to see the wide, manic look in his eyes. The man was unhinged. Her victorious feeling reinvigorated the thrill and intoxication of seeing her artistry at work before her. Gave her the old passions of success, but in contrast she felt disturbed sickness inside her. Disgusted by the man before her. All of a sudden, pity washed over her as Elliot charged towards her, grabbing her by the shoulders and pinning her against the dusty concrete wall. She fumbled through her pocket in search of mace, but left it in her coat. "Don't hold back, you love. Lisa, you'll be mine once more," he said as he forcefully planted his lips over her, struggling. But he pinned her tightly against the wall, using his rubbery lips and thick, slug-like tongue. He pried her mouth open and forced his tongue inside. "What's going on here?" a familiar voice called from the back door of the Huntsman. Elliot was unfazed entirely and crept his hands down Persephone's frame while pursuing his weight against her. Upon hearing someone call out, she mustered the strength to push Elliot back and knee him in the groin. He recoiled, bent over as Persephone gained some distance between her and the armor's assailant. "My little fox, you play coy with me," Elliot yelled, suppressing his frustration. "Do you know this man?" Another thrall under your spell, still hunched over. He raised a hand to point at Frank. "Yes, he's my boyfriend," Persephone yelled. "Now leave me alone, you freak." Frank ceased lighting his cigarette, made eye contact with Persephone, gave a small shake of his head as he rolled his eyes. Persephone responded with a deep shrug. "Boyfriend, no. No one else. There is only me and you. Nothing in this world will ever take you away from me, Lisa, my golden fox. Nothing will stand between us." It all happened in a flash, but to Persephone it all appeared to be in slow motion. The twang of the spring-loaded blade protruding from his halt surrounded the beginning of the proverbial masculine duel. No sooner had the blade crested its apex, fixing in place that Frank was already moving through the air at seemingly inhuman speed. Elliot began to brazenly swing the knife in Frank's direction, but within mere seconds, Frank was on top of him, repeatedly punching Elliot. No, not punching him. He was thrashing wildly like some primordial missing link between animal and man. The groans and grunts were savage and untamed, like a chained beast too long wellness retreated, Elliot laid limp and unresponsive underneath Frank's hulking frame, his hands covered in blood. "It's over, please stop," Persephone whispered softly, carrying on the near silence of the alley's dusty breeze. Frank stood and paced back and forth, clearly racking his mind. Persephone could not tell whether he was scolding himself or wondering what to do. "You saved me," he said. Frank paused, turned to face her with power and purpose. He marched towards her and grabbed her slender frame. Despite her relatively similar height, Persephone felt as though he was massive in that moment. He stared into her face, or rather the beast behind his eyes. Her heart beating out of her chest, Frank could feel every thump of it. She was worried, terrified even, but above all, she was entirely exhilarated. In a moment of savage passion, she threw herself further into his hold and locked her lips over his. He was immediately responsive, squeezing her tightly in his arms. She could feel the carnage of the combat wiping off onto her from his brutal arms, but in that moment she did not care. She was only one thing for either of them, one another. Frank's grip softened as his hands glided down her backside, firmly grasping her buttocks and ripping a tear in the fabric with a seemingly obscene strength, revealing her panties. Her right hand cupped the bulge in his crotch as her left began to lower the zipper of his jeans. She reached inside and firmly grasped him. Suddenly Frank stopped. He released her and backed up while taking a deep breath. He lifted his face upward and closed his eyes, attempting to calm himself. "What's wrong?" This is wrong. It's all wrong. Who the fuck was that?" Frank said, nodding his head to the unconscious man on the ground. "He is an ex-boyfriend of mine from a long time ago. I think he's been stalking me. He left me these creepy notes." Frank snatched the paper out of her hand and perused its contents. It was not so. If he was not so fired up, he would probably have laughed. "Why did he call you Lisa?" Frank said, turning his leer page to the Persephone. "It was a nickname he gave me. He said I looked Russian, and that Lisa was Russian for fox, or something like that." Frank turned to look at Elliot's limp frame. Suddenly he tensed up and put his face into his blood-crusted hands. What's wrong?" she asked. He brushed her off as he stepped away from her as he started to slowly crawling pool. He stared at the slowly growing pool of blood underneath. "Elliot, he's dead." No, he can't be. You only knocked him around a little." She raced over to her former lover. She placed a finger on his neck, covering for a pulse. She waited and waited, but nothing. "What the fuck am I going to do? I'm going to jail, or worse, they'll deport me," Frank said angrily as he dug his fingertips into his scalp. No, I'll say you attacked me, that you defended me. It's the truth. Doesn't matter. He's fucking dead. I'm fucked. Simple as that," Frank said. Leave now. I'll call the cops and I'll say some random person helped. Ran off. Frank turned to her with a dubious look in his eyes before walking down the aisle, picking up speed into a run. "So this guy, you don't know him?" the constable asked Persephone. "No, he was deranged. He kept calling me Lisa," she said in the most trauma-stricken voice she could muster. "After he pinned you against the wall, what did he do?" She paused and allowed a bit of time for waterworks to start. "He used his knife to cut my jeans open. He was trying to rape me." "I'm sorry, miss, I know these questions can be very unsettling. We need to keep going. Can I get you water, a cup of coffee?" the constable asked kindly. "Coffee would be nice, thank you," she smiled. The moment the constable left the uncomfortably barren and sterile room of familiars who'd entered as the man inside of it sat across from her. "Ah, Miss Salafonto," detective sternly began. "This has been a terrible week for you. I'm sorry," he said as he stared at her with an entirely neutral expression. "It really has. As soon as I saw your name pop up, my curiosity was piqued, as you can understand." Silence filled the room as they stared at each other. "I looked into this fellow, this Elliot. He hadn't been here for more than a week. Came from London on last Thursday. Any idea why?" "No," Persephone shook her head, so slightly as to hardly have been noticed at all, but the detective noticed days of my life. Persephone said somberly she knew that lying to those who were good at catching lies was best done at half-truths. That's unfortunate, Detective Sterling said as he stood from his chair and exited the room in frustration. Only silence. As Persephone laid in her bed that night, she knew she was not going to sleep restfully. It was already 3 a.m. and she could not hear. Claire had so much excitement all crammed into one night. Everything that happened with Elliot, Detective Sterling, and Frank, at least she could be certain that the way Frank felt, if what he felt was in his pants, was any indication, just the thought of it made her heart race once more. The following day, Persephone felt as though she was walking on air. The sun was brighter the last night. And there remained was her brief moment with Frank. It was intense, more so than ever before. She could not wait to see Frank again. Almost immediately after arriving at work, Charlotte pulled her aside. I heard about what happened last night. You don't have to be here. Take all the time you need. As if you want someone to talk to, I'm here to listen. I appreciate that. I think being here is exactly what I need. Charlotte nodded empathetically with a forced smile. Persephone was not lying. Truly, she wanted to be nowhere else. That is, unless Frank was not around. She entered the kitchen in search of him. The moment she walked through the door, she saw him, glared at him, and stormed off to the back. She followed. Hey, she said softly. Frank stormed up the stairs. When he heard her speak, it was as if he was avoiding her. Frustration began to build. So now you won't even talk to me. She pulled something out, squeezed it tightly in his fist, and turned to her. What do you want from me? I want you to face what happened between us last night. You can't deny that you enjoyed it. I did enjoy losing control. I work tirelessly to keep myself in check. Everything I do is all to build up my restraint. I mean us. What happened with you and I? With you? Frank paused and took a deep breath. It's like all my efforts are in vain. I can't keep myself under control with you around. You don't have to hide who you truly are, not with me. You don't know who I truly am, he said as he pulled his fist hand away. Because you won't tell me, you won't let me know the real you. Frank closed his eyes and turned his face upwards, taking deep breaths as though meditating. Fine, but you must promise me you'll keep this on you at all times. Frank's fists extended towards Persephone, turned over and uncurled to reveal a small trinket. It looked like a splinter of ivory, maybe some creature's tooth cast in a silvery inlay. What is this for? Just hold on to it, he said as he closed her fingers around the small talisman. They stood staring at one another quietly and tensely. Persephone leaned in, hoping for a kiss, and something interrupted them. Where's the fucking Pagacha? Joshua yelled. Frank sighed, nodded to Persephone, and walked off to the freezer room. Persephone was left hungry. Her lust for Frank's attention felt insatiable. All she wanted was to be together with him. Examining the small trinket before stuffing into her purse and into her locker, mustering her courage, she followed Frank to the freezer room. When can we see each other? Frank simply stared at her with a passive disinterest like a dog. The toy he'd just finished playing with outside of work. I mean, tomorrow afternoon you can come by my place. I'll text you the address, he said, pulling out his phone to text her the details. Remember that I gave you. Keep it on you at all times. Within the hour, Frank was gone. He had finished his shift and left without saying goodbye. It's all part of the chase. The next day, Frank was not at work. Persephone did her best to fight the urge to text or call him. She longed to hear his voice, read his words. Some animal magnetism, as it were. The detective came by again looking for you, he said. It wasn't urgent, but that he needed to speak to you. Maybe they found the vigilante from what happened the other day. Up sniffing around my place. Don't come over. Her heart sank as she read his words hastily. She responded, come to my place tonight. You can stay with me as long as you need. The shift dragged on. Rustically, ritualistically boring, but she decided she needed to stay strong. That evening she sat on the couch in silence. Absent-mindedly, she had forgotten her purse at work. Thankfully, she had her phone and wallet on her coat pocket. She needed nothing from her purse urgently. As if on cue, her phone began to ring. Her heart skipped a beat. Detective Sterling. Just as quickly as she as hope had filled her was dashed away, replaced by a malicious sense of self-preservation. Perhaps she did need to leave. Run away, start afresh. A heavy knock at the door startled her phone. Dropping her phone, she raced to the door, pressing an eye to the people. Time stood still as she laid his eyes on the grisly and haggard man in a puffy coat. Frank. Hastily she opened the door. He barged in, closing behind him, and dragging her heavy couch in front of it with ease. What's going on? So what happened? What happened? I don't know. He pulled his gun. Everything went black. I came to. He was dead, and he said as he unzipped his puffy jacket, removed his mask, revealing a massive carnage beneath, amongst the gore that decorated his face and naked torso. Persephone spotted a weeping crimson hole in his chest, about the size of a quarter. You're hurt, she said, placing her palm over the wound. He slapped her hand away and backed up. Since you've been in my life, everything's changed. It's been the same for me. You've made everything I worked towards melt away, all the anger and contempt. I don't want to hurt people anymore. Just want to be with you, happy. Hurt people, so that guy from the alley. Don't you see? We're the same kindred spirits. She pleaded, stepping towards Frank. You're like me. He paused, turning his gaze to the mess he caused on the floor. Let's get you cleaned up. Come on. They walked off to the bedroom together as muffled sounds from Persephone's phone fell on deaf ears. Persephone leaned anxiously against the bathroom door. Sounds of the running water dared her to enter. She couldn't get the image of his muscular body just out of her head. Her thoughts turned to his naked body in the hot, wet shower. She couldn't bear it any longer. Edging towards the door, as slowly opened, she saw a silhouetted frame behind the curtain. He stood entirely still. She crept in slowly. The steam of the small bathroom made her shallow, bated breaths more labored. Taking a deep breath, she dropped the scrap of clothing and began to undress. She stood for what felt like an eternity, filled with tension and desire. The steam began to cling to her smooth, naked flesh. Suddenly the water ceased. Reality sunk in. Persephone was scared but excited. She felt as though her entire life had been up to this moment. The curtain violently thrusted open, revealing Frank's dripping naked frame. He glared at her as though about to salivate. But she could say no more. Frank dashed out of the shower and pinned her against the wall. Within moments he was inside of her, barbarically thrusted as her legs flailed wildly before wrapping around him. His hot, wet skin pressed against her. She could feel how naturally hairy he was. He continually penetrated her forcefully. Both of them were lost to the carnal embrace of euphoria. They began to passionately kiss, knocking again and again at the door. Could not be heard over their own rhythmic pounding, nor could either party hear the ringing from her cell phone. Never letting herself slip out of himself, he carried her to the bedroom where they collapsed to the bed, her legs locked around his waist. Police opened the door, came muffled from the hallway. Frank ceased the passionate affair, pulling out Persephone and looking at her in the face. She stared back at him helplessly. His face was wild, no more the Frank she knew. He had the look of a wild animal, savage and raw. The pounding at the door continued. Frank pushed himself inside of her once more, his thrust growing in ferocity. Persephone began to push against his chest, protesting, and cried out. Frank was entirely lost. It was bestial nature. His hands grasped Persephone's face and pressed tightly, one hand over her face and mouth. Not only prevented her from screaming, but from breathing altogether. Tears slowly slid down her face. Please come with your hands up. Frank thrashed and flailed, ripping his hands from Persephone's soft face, and recoiled from the quietness. She was launched against the wall like a rag doll, bruised and broken. He turned to face the hallway in which the officers approached. Stop or shoot. Jesus, Buck, is that a man? In a blur of speed, Frank rushed at the officer in seconds. He was tearing him to shreds. The deafening bangs of gunshots rang out in silence. Detective Sterling stood over the corpse of the young officer, mauled to death and crushed under Frank's naked body. Both were dead. Miss Salnavoto, the detective called out, stepping over the gruesome scene on the floor in the bedroom. He found her curled up in the corner, naked body, bloody and weeping. Miss He stopped as he grabbed a blanket off the bed and wrapped it around the young, naked woman. Persephone, you're safe. He cannot hurt you anymore. She paid no heed to the detective's words, as though he was not even there. Answering my call, leaving it off the hook, and trying to stall him was brilliant. We may not have made it in time otherwise. Detective tried to reassure her. Is Frank dead? She croaked. Frank, he's gone. He won't bother you anymore. She stifled her cries and wiped her bloody, tear-streaked face into her blanket. She took a deep breath and looked at the detective, revealing her hideous, disfigured face, half of which had deep, claw-like streaks through it on the other. Had no skin at all, an eyelid was missing entirely, and her nose barely clung to her ruined visage. Detective, she began summarily, am I still beautiful? The Happy House, by the same author. Once upon a time, there was a marvelous house on a modest hill at the edge of a quaint little town. The Happy House was a good house. It loved to please whoever would reside within its walls. Unfortunately, the house always knew that the people who would come to live in it would leave eventually. It struggled to understand the human mind. It made the Happy House sad to think about how barely and how lonely it would be without a family as it wondered. Why do people leave me? Where do they go? I make them happy but end up alone. The Happy House was overjoyed. A family had arrived, a daughter, mother, father. They had a small dog with them as well. The Happy House didn't like animals very much. They never seemed to like the Happy House either. Regardless of what the Happy House did, it liked that dog. Like that dog, it made the family happy, and that was enough. The Happy House thought that maybe it had something in common with the dog it regarded. The house noted that the family seemed to want to change things on the inside. Some of it tickled, but a lot of it hurt. It didn't want the family to leave, so it put up with about as much as it could until it realized they were getting closer to its heart. The heart was a dark, moist room hidden beneath the kitchen. It was always warm, but filled with strange devices and machinery. It was the Happy House's absolute favorite spot for humans to visit, but it was also the part that was seriously at risk of injury. If someone changed my big happy heart, perhaps then again the sadness would start. The house winced in fear at the idea. I knew the children were normally capable of less destruction, so it had planned for its own preservation. There will be only one who I'll let inside, for daughter alone. My heart opens wide. Late in the night, as the daughter was sleeping, the Happy House noticed something concerning. The parents awake in the room, panting and moaning, struggling to situate themselves properly, struggling to sleep. The house knew it had to stop whatever was happening to them, for it obviously couldn't be making them happy. I know the way to help them relax. The shelf shall fall, swift as an axe. No sooner did the house come up with the idea that the shelf fell, connecting with the father's head, putting him instantly to sleep. The mother seemed ecstatic. She screamed with joy and hopped out of bed. She hurled to the phone and began to contact someone who was obviously... She was thrilled. She had to share the news. The father never had trouble sleeping again. For several weeks, the house was so thrilled. The mother and daughter rarely left. The father didn't do much. He had plenty of strange beeping machines around him now. He really liked sleeping. I've truly excelled. I've never seen someone sleep half as well. Praising itself, the house, worried now that it had done something wrong, at first because the mother, daughter, and sleepy father all left in a strange white vehicle, but they came back and things had never been happier. The daughter found the entrance to the heart shortly after they returned. She certainly liked to spend time there, and this pleased the house to no end. She'd often crawl around at the lower cabinet beside the fridge. The house would gently shift its walls to let her in. It could tell she felt safe there. With the father enjoying his rest so much, the daughter and mother went to see him less and less. They must have been worried about interrupting his deep, deep sleep. He was blissful for the house as it felt the father's dreams and saw many strange things, but mainly the family being together. It didn't like that they weren't in the Happy House in these dreams, but it was slowly working on trying to fix that too. Today's a sad day. I'll feel like I'll cry. The father alone still remains inside. The daughter and dog went for a walk. The dog ran away and gave her a shock. Normally the house wouldn't have been terribly concerned about the dog, but it had caused the mother and daughter to leave in search of it. They had been gone all day. The house knew it had to do something to bring them back, but dog could think of doing what. last it dawned on it. It just really is rude to interrupt rest, but waking him now would be for the best. The father arose, confused and weary, as strange vacancy in his thoughts. The happy house had never been this connected to the human before. It was truly a delight to know their mind, and bade to the father, "Go outside, look for the place where the dog's gone to hide." Didn't take long for the father to find a dog. He grabbed it tightly by the collar and the dog began to bark loudly. The house knew the animal was causing far too much distress for the poor family, so it had to get rid of it. The father gripped it tighter, trying to stifle the dog's bark and whimpers. The house saw the mother and daughter running over the house. The dog slipped free to the father's surprise and ran off the surrounding trees. The daughter was all too happy to greet the father and hopped into his arms. This is exactly how it should be. The dog's better too, having been freed. Everything seemed to be coming back to place for the house, but it noticed the mother had not greeted the father yet. Instead, she looked off into the distance to where the dog had run for some reason. A strange reason. The house could see something through the father's eyes, something it could not see on its own. The mother was not happy, she was concerned. Time went on and the daughter was happy. The mother seemed happy for a while. Strange, though. The house would connect with the father. Everything seemed different through his eyes. The house could tell the father what to feel, so he was usually happy, but for some reason he had strange desires that the house couldn't quell. The happy house also noticed at the father's eyes that the mother was not truly happy. There was something missing. Studied the family for some time, trying to understand the father's thoughts. It even began to understand the strange noises that the daughter and mother would make. It seemed like they were concerned the father wasn't making noises too anymore. One day the mother made it clear that she wanted to live elsewhere. She wasn't happy in this house. The images of the mother and father tossing and turning on the night and the father's long sleep came to his mind. What can I do? I've given so much. Maybe she misses the father's old touch. The father began to have a strange sort of excitement. Perhaps she felt the same way. It made the father head to the bedroom where the mother was packing her things. Grab the mother. She needs your love. If she tries to resist, just give her a shove. The father mindlessly obeyed. He pushed her onto the bed as she yelled and wiggled about. The house felt strange. Through its own eyes, it could see that she was happy, screaming in joy. When it looked again through the father's eyes, it felt wrong and disturbing. Pushed his head against the backboard a few times until she settled down. This is the right way. I'm starting to learn. I feel both their hearts for each. They yearn. The house relinquished his hold on the father, hoping simply to spectate. He could not help but notice the daughter had quickly run to the cabinet and was entering the heart. She must have been so happy. Her parents were uniting. The father stood blankly over the bruised, naked mother on the bed. He was unsure of what to do next without the house. How could he know? Suddenly, the mother rolled off the bed and started running down the stairs, yelling something to the daughter. She wanted both of them to leave. The daughter was slowly crawling out the cabinet, heading towards the mother. "You can't let that go. Use all of your might. Don't leave me alone. It's just not right." The house commands once more filling the father's thoughts. He swiftly went to the closet in the hallway, removing an axe. Stormed down the stairs to see the mother's face in the kitchen. She reached for the daughter's arm, but the father's axe was quick. It had been firmly planted in the mother's skull, and handle protruding outward as if lodged in a stump. The happy house could no longer feel her at all. The daughter screamed, tears running down her face. She turned back to the kitchen and fled to the heart. The happy house for the first time could tell the daughter was scared. It could feel the terrible flood of negative emotions sympathetically through the father. The mother is gone, sad as it is. Go comfort your daughter. At least she still lives. Their father grunted in acknowledgement of the house's new command. The first sound of his sentence since his coma with the firm stride, he headed into the kitchen. As the footsteps closed in nearer and nearer, the daughter scrambled for an escape. She began yanking close to the wire, clawing at the walls, pulling at the stray pipes. The house started to writhe in agony as she damaged the machinery. The foundations began to shake. "Stop her now at any cost. She's harming my heart. Our parade to paradise lost." With no hesitation, the father swung the axe into the wall again and again. He was able to see her through the gap. She screamed even louder, banging on the strange infernal machinery inside. The father hacked and hacked. The happy house began to feel weak. It tried to issue one last command to the father. I'm losing my hold, but I can't let you free. If I lose my strength, you'll be host to me. The fog had now cleared. The thoughts had returned. Terrible pictures in his mind burned his question. He questioned his brain. Is this all real? He struggled with what and how he should feel. My thoughts are riddles. Why do I rhyme? A house voice then chime in his mind. With the less that I am, now we are one. Don't be troubled by what we have done. The man saw his daughter's mangled remains. What have I done? He cried out in shame. One final idea, he knew it his own. I'll burn it all down, this demonic hell home. He gently blew out the violet's light and cranked all the knobs in the oven. After closing the kitchen door and windows, he sifted through a drawer, finding a match book. The man sat down, no longer a father, no longer a husband. Deranged cadence of protesting thoughts assaulted him as he waited. He could smell the gas building. He felt lightheaded. Don't continue, you know what to do. We'll start over again, afresh, anew. The house pleaded in desperation. I've killed my family, I can't comprehend. This is the way, together we end. He said aloud as he struck the match. Still to this day, in the locals renown. I'll go to the woods by the edge of the town. You'll hear shrill screams and smell of smoke and fire. No one around will call you a liar. If you go up, be ready to pray. Ignore all the whispers, whatever they say. There's a dog in the ruins, weeping at will, up in the ashes of Happy House Hill. Wood Harrow Park. My wife had recently been plagued by a persistent bout of rotten luck. I've been terminated from my job. The weeks spent unemployed were slipping into months despite the stacks of applications I filled out, and every credit card I possessed had been maxed to its limit. Bitterness and self-loathing had poisoned every fiber of my being, left me with an inescapable melancholy that I was starting to believe was incurable. My last humiliation had been to dig through my wallet for spare change as a cashier fixed me with a plastered on smile, and an impatient line grew behind me, only to find that I still didn't have enough money to purchase a meager amount of groceries. I'd headed to Wood Harrow Park afterwards, a local, secluded, sleepy stretch of land to clear my head. The park was empty when I arrived, leaving me free to wander the paths alone and aimlessly. Hunger gnawed away at me like a familiar enemy I could never quite shake in a final indignity. The previously sunny sky began to pour rain. I, of course, was not carrying an umbrella. I was so absorbed in my own misery that I barely felt the gentle tug on my jacket sleeve. Looking back, I was so absorbed in my own misery that I barely felt the gentle tug on my jacket sleeve, as I said. Looking back, I wish that I'd kept walking along the park path without so much as glancing downwards. I wish that I'd ignored the soft, silent plea for my attention. I wish I had not made the horrible mistake of believing that a hand with a touch so timid and helpless was incapable of holding the power to be terrifying. But instead I foolishly stopped in my tracks. And ever since that fateful decision, I have not had a single moment of peace. I looked down to see my two children standing at my side and immediately felt a jolt of unpleasant surprise. Both stood no higher than my waist, one slightly taller than the other, and both were clad in black raincoats that looked more suited for a sepia-toned photograph than a modern-day child. They each wore matching wide-brim hats that drooped atop their small head and obscured most of their faces. Though I could vaguely discern that the taller of the pair was a boy and the shortest a girl, I was unable to see any further features above the pallid flesh of their swollen cheeks. Their lips were so colorless that it appeared as if they had little more than a thin white silver per mouth. Silver slipper per mouth. The children's bodies were round without any of the, softness associated with youth. Rather, I asked. By now I was drenched and eager to head back to my car. Do you need some help? But the bear remained mute. I stood there awkwardly, unsure of what to do, when the girl suddenly began to grip my arm with a startling strength that made me worry she would pull me to the ground. Alarms rang loudly throughout my brain. I felt an immediate urge to extract myself from her unsettling grasp and leave them both behind in the rain. Well, I warily pulled my arm away, somewhat embarrassed for being afraid of how the bear would react. If you don't need anything, I guess I will be on my way. She released her hold of me without protest. Neither said a word. As I walked away, when I turned around to take a final look at the parting, I saw that they were still staring at me. Though I could not see their eyes, I felt their gaze follow me with an intensity that disturbed me no matter how much distance I put between us. I didn't look back. No, I didn't. I picked up my pace and dug my keys out of my pocket. The rain fell as cold as ever. As cold as ever. I unlocked my car and was thinking about the can of chicken noodle soup I had left in my sparse pantry when I noticed that the girl had left behind a stain on my sleeve, dark as ink and shaped like her tiny little fingers. Her tiny little fingers. I wiped at it with my thumb, but the mark didn't budge. I sighed and looked up only to neatly stumble backwards in shock when I saw the back seat door open and the girl sitting inside. She had moved her hat and was holding it in her hands, both of which were clean, despite the mark on my jacket, with her head bowed and her knotted hair concealing her face like a curtain. Hey, I tried to keep my tone from betraying how unnerved I was and failed spectacularly. What are you doing here? Seriously, what are you doing here? She said as wordless as before, tightly squeezing and twisting the brim of her hat with such violence that I was certain she would rip it apart. I swallowed my uneasiness. Look, I said as calmly as I could manage. If there's something wrong, I cannot help you if you don't tell me what it is. I reached into my pocket and pulled out my phone. Maybe it's better if I call the police and you can tell them. My voice trailed off as I watched my phone screen flicker on and off before collapsing into shambles of pixels and shutting down entirely. I stared agape at my reflection in the black screen as a terrible feeling of dread began to wash over me. When I looked back up, the girl was gone and her place restored. Or rested her hat. The hat appeared soaked, every bit as saturated with rain as my own clothes were. But unlike the jacket and the jeans that clung to my skin and chilled me to the bone, the hat didn't feel wet when I picked it up with a trembling hand. It was dry to the touch, even as I watched beads of rain drip from its brim and into the car's upholstery. I realized with something between fascination and horror that the raindrops left behind no traces where they'd landed. And when I cupped my hand beneath the hat to catch the drops in my palm, I felt nothing but air. Furthermore, the back seat was completely dry. There was no damp fingerprints, footprints, nothing, no water spots, nothing at all to indicate that the girl wearing a coat glistening with rain had been sitting there mere seconds ago. I turned to fling the foul thing into the parking lot and gasped out loud when I saw the boy standing only a few feet away. She forgot her hat, I said dimly, my heart thundering madly in my chest. My mind screamed to me to jump into the car, to drive off as fast as I could, and never come back to Harrow Park again. But it was that same fear that left me rooted me to the spot, paralyzed and helpless, even as the boy stepped even closer towards me. Stop it, I wanted other senses. I could neither see nor move as I felt insects scuttling around my eyes and scales slithering inside of my skull. The vile taste of putrid water filled my mouth as the deadly scent of rot flooded my nostrils. Final breaths rattling in dying throats, drowning bodies thrashing in water as they sank. Screams of agony so shrill that they sounded inhuman. I heard every last one of them, and many hideous more. I stood frozen in the terrifying darkness as the rain furiously slashed at my flesh like cold blades slicing, unable to weep or let out a watery cry for help. Suddenly I felt someone grab the hold of my hand and pull me from the loathsome trance just as abruptly as I had been consumed by it. My vision returned, and I saw that I was now alone. Even the girls had disappeared. I dove into my car and sped away from Harrow Park. The sky grew clear with every mile. When I got home, I peeled off my wet clothes, climbed into the shower, sat there beneath the hot water, immersing myself in the steam and the warmth, jumped out. The instant it turned cold, I dried off and crawled into my bed, burying myself beneath the blankets as my mind raced with the nightmare I had endured. I wondered if the children, whoever they were, had somehow been drawn to the despair I'd felt as I walked through the park. Perhaps my hopelessness and sorrow had served as a miserable beacon, guiding them towards me and leaving me vulnerable to their presence. There was one thing I knew for certain. It was the girl who had rescued me. I'd known it the second I felt her small hand touch mine. I realized now that she had not climbed into the car to frighten me. She had only wanted me to stay with her in the park. Tears slid down my cheeks as I thought of her being forced to forever wander Wood Harrow, with no one but a boy who carried Elle beneath his hat to keep her company. Maybe she too had once visited the park. Well, voice breathe into my ear. Make a sound and you'll be dead before anyone can reach you. The pizza box in my hand suddenly felt as heavy as the lead. Please, please don't do this, I whispered shakily. Just take the keys out of my pocket and go. Instead, the man dug the gun so sharply into my ribs that I nearly gasped in pain. I turned and walked to the car as he followed closely and threatened to put a bullet in my brain if I tried to run. By the time I climbed into the driver's seat, my pizzeria uniform had grown damp with cold sweat. For the next half an hour, I drove at gunpoint. My boss called me over and over, right up until the man threw my still ringing phone out the window. Do you believe in fate? This man asked. I was too afraid of saying the wrong thing to answer. Well, I do, he continued, undeterred by my silence, and flashed a smile that frightened the shit out of me. You walked into my life at just the perfect time. I thought about telling him that this was supposed to be my final night on a lousy job that made every shift feel like an eternity, that I wanted nothing more than to go home and crawl into bed and never so much as look at a slice of pizza again, but I knew I would only make him angry. I kept my mouth shut, gripped the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles turned white. My hands started to lose all feeling as I continued to drive forward. He finally commanded me to pull up to his secluded cluster of homes, where the man pointed towards a gray house with an empty driveway and grinned wickedly. We're gonna wait for them to come home, and you're gonna take the pizza box and knock on the door. When they open it and tell you they didn't order it again, I will charge on in. Are you gonna hurt anybody? I asked warily. He narrowed his eyes dangerously and my heart skipped a beat. Just do what I say, he replied callously, and then you can go home to your pathetic little life, he said. But I didn't believe him. Time passed. The scent of tomato sauce and garlic hung heavily in the car's tense air. I'm starving, he said, and reached for the pizza box. He consumed 2 slices and was working on the third when I saw confusion flicker in his eyes. The gun slipped from his grasp as he began to frantically claw at his throat, grasping desperately for air. Foam bubbled on his lips as he wheezed and convulsed. I watched as his accusatory glare faded away into pale, lightless blue. And just before my captor died, I spoke the last words he ever heard. It wasn't meant for you. Bison Ridge, written by Tewahway. You wake up at the crack of dawn, fragrant scents of nature flow into your nostrils as a fair breeze. You return, the now moistened and hot gust back into the air. As you stand, your eyes take in the early dawn horizon, rolling plains, distant yet stoic mountains, and luscious grass unfold below you as you watch the sun's golden rays cascade over the landscape. Nearby, you hear the babbling of a rushing water, cool, crisp, and refreshing. A sudden snort followed by a huff attracts your attention to make the mate laying next to you. She's still embraced in slumber. As you appreciate the beautiful coat that surrounds your partner and their marvelous physique, you wonder why it is that you are expected to take down any other cows as mates. The rest of the herd begins to stir. You can't help but question why your fellow bulls stay so far from the females. It all seems so unnecessary. The routine resumes as you witness a large dark brown patch begin to move in the distance. The other males are getting some breakfast already. As others begin to graze locally for their morning meal, your ears twitch in the cool morning air. You know time has come to begin to head down south to the warmer locales. usually tended to strike when your herd is on the move, trying to isolate individuals. Your recognition of their techniques has saved countless calves. Mountain lions are more devious. Yes, they are, but you have not seen one recently, not since the herd passed the plains. The rumbling grows in volume and intensity as you begin to hear strange cries and yelps. Whinnies and roars whip the cacophony into an offensive choir. You turn to check the lower flatlines to the southeast. Rarely, if ever, do you see much go down or come up from there. This time is different. A massive cloud of dust chokes the landscape, tailing a large group of strange creatures. They stand what appears to be slightly taller than a bison, have two separate heads, and run on all four legs. One long head protrudes from the center of the creature's back and has some disturbing, flailing appendages. They're coming towards the herd. As you turn back to make your way down the hill, you spot part of these creatures much closer. It's separated into two forms that have silently been watching. How did you not notice them before? They combine back into one of the horrific megalations like the others and begin to head for the other side of the cows. Your heart pounds, your mind races, and your fur stands on end. This is more sinister than a mountain lion, far more threatening than a pack of wolves. There's an order to their movements. They're calculated. Racing down the hill, you let loose a bellow, attempting to alert your fellow bison. Slowly, they gain a fractional grasp of the situation, begin to flee west, away from the predators. You know it's not the nature of your fellows to make a stand, but the female herd will be jeopardized if the males don't help. Unfortunately, as you turn your attention towards the bulls, you see that they are too being pushed by a mob of abominations. Sharp twangs sporadically interrupt the now all-encompassing thunder of hooves, accompanied by small puffs of some kind of dark air chuffing out from the flailing limbs of the beast. Second head. Finally, you catch up to the female herd. The creatures have split their group half on either side, as if they're trying to control the movements. The cows are terrified and follow the malicious path set out. You recall what lies in wait beyond the western approach. Speeding ahead of the females, you attempt to veer them off course, stop them, or otherwise do anything you can to halt the process of their doom, forced to march. It's no use. The ladies are far too afraid. It's panic and chaos. In desperation, you change the group of predators. You charge the group of predators, disrupting their path. Some of the creatures separate into their split forms as they fall. Others change direction and attempt to loop back. You feel a soft, spongy mass under your hooves, accompanied by snapping and crunching as one of the split creatures cries out below your warpath. Hope fills your mind. Perhaps you can gain the upper hand if the other bulls charge the monsters. We have. Your heart sinks as you watch the male herd driven headlong and masses over the cliff's edge. Farther to the south, brothers' sons reduced to nothing. For the first time, your sense of duty wanes as the pit of your stomach drops and a sinking sensation takes your heart. Fears begin to root. Desperate for any kind of resolution, you turn back to the female herd to help however you can. But it's too late. It's too late for them. It is. The chaotic, terrified charges turned into a deadly dive. As you watch the last of your kind shed their lives over the horizon, all hope for your herd dwindles into little more than memories. Rage burns inside of you. Within the monsters, you now trot back and forth as they divide into smaller groups. You release a bellow of gargantuan proportion. This may be the end of your herd, but you will not go down so easily. The thick, hard palate of your skull connects with one of the abominations, which lets out a screeching wail as it collapses. You hear before you feel the sharp thwang's return. woods or a ghost that haunts a lonely stretch of road outside the town. There is always a common thread within the tales. No one has ever to place these, seen the creatures, or witnessed any hauntings with their own specific eyes. There are numbers and members of every generation who will proclaim that they quote-unquote know someone whose brother's best friend's sister went to that haunted house within 13 floors that used real blood, and snakes, spiders, and it's so fucking terrifying that it makes you shiver at night. No one has ever made it all the way through the end of the night at this place. But those same fucking small people will swear by these stories without ever being able to provide a shred of fucking evidence or a name of someone who could provide proof of the claims, simply because everyone around here knows that it's a goddamn true story, but nobody could fucking prove it. This makes me angry. The storytellers eventually pass the tales on to their children, who modify them just enough to keep up with the changing times, and the sick cycle continues. I am as skeptical as anyone when it comes to these ridiculous stories, seeing as I was like a junkie when I was younger, constantly searching for more terrifying stories about whatever area of the country I was living in at the time. I made up and spread stories about haunted pizza parlors in New York, my cousin's encounter with the Jersey Devil, or how my grandfather encountered a feral human-like demon creature in the woods of Colorado. Yeah, I broke every rule of storytelling. I fucking lied. I lied like a rat in a corner. But here I am. I broke even the one rule with these stories by putting myself inside of them. Yeah, this took guts in hindsight, because I had to make sure that I was always told them the same way. Surprisingly, never, not one time, not a single time in my goddamn forsaken life did anyone call my bluff. I like to think that I have some wonderful contributions to various urban legends around the Midwest and northeastern states. I moved around quite a bit. There was always a surge of joy whenever I would wander the halls at my new school, or one of my classmates retelling my horrific stories to one of their pathetic friends, adding little bits here and there like a massive game of grapevine. Or as we know it today, telephone. I knew, of course, that the stories were complete fiction. That's right, they're fucking lies. But I stood my ground whenever someone asked me about them. I would even manage to act a little bit, speaking with a shaky voice or looking scared when I would recount a situation that I supposedly experienced myself. Well, I suppose this aspect of my childhood has led to my current predicament, which I will recount in full for the internet to take from it what they will. I have laid this little introduction out as sort of a disclaimer, aimed particularly at those who call my story into question. I have been like the boy who cried wolf for so many goddamn years, but I assure you with every ounce of honesty and integrity that I have, that I promise you this time the wolf is at my door, and it is absolutely real. Believe me or not. So for my introduction, it is probably apparent that Again, this never was an issue, as I was usually another state by the time the next semester rolled around. That's right, my friendships were fleeting, as were any positive relationships that I had ever had with my teachers, because of the events that followed. My memory of one of my teachers in particularly is probably slightly skewed, but I will attempt to give the least biased version of our friendship that I can. Mr. Mays was his name, one of my social studies teachers in the early years of my high school experience. That's right. Being older now, I can understand how horrible children are to deal with around that age, and I respect him to no ends for the way that he was able to connect with his students, including myself. He seemed like one of us. He talked like us, made pop culture references that were current, listened to cool music, and sometimes he would even say hell or damn while he was going to give a passionate lecture about a Native American history or something like that. I don't know, some kind of bullshit that I would barely listen to. A teacher that swore like a sailor, and even was the epitome of cool to a freshman in high school. My memories of Mr. Hayes mostly stern from the way that he really got into anything that he was doing. It was almost as if it really happened to him, but that was impossible for you or to have lived centuries ago. And that was not possible. But the instance that is still very vivid in my mind was, of course, around Halloween. One of my sophomore year, Mr. Mays had the typical teacher decorations around the classroom. Smiling jack-o'-lanterns and black cat cartoons, typical boring, in the minds of egotistic high school students. However, on the 31st of October, when most other teachers were rolling their eyes at the fact that teenagers still took dressing up in costumes on Halloween seriously, Mr. Mays took the whole cool teacher thing to a new level. We all walked into the classroom and we were surprised to find the blinds drawn, sheets over the smaller windows, candles lighting the room, and a single frowning jack-o'-lantern sitting on a stool in front of the desk. Mr. Mays sat at his desk, watching the students come in, one by one, taking their seats. Mr. Mays just sat there. He didn't have to ask anyone to be quiet, because in the moment everyone walked into the room, they were either too excited to care about a petty conversation or too fucking confused to bother with them. The students took their seats as Mr. Mays began his lecture. He spoke quietly to set the mood and took a seat on a chair right next to the jack-o'-lantern, frowning like it was alive in the center of the room. Today is probably my favorite day of the year, class, he said in a monotonous voice. Halloween is my favorite holiday, and I want to share with you exactly why I love this so much. One idiot girl raised her hand with a concerned look on her face. I'm pushing the due date for your papers to next Tuesday, said Mr. Mays, without bothering to look at the girl, who slowly put her hand down, looking at the other students with a hint of sheer embarrassment. What a moron. The class erupted in quiet cheers, and Mr. Mays waited for the inevitable silence. He began his story immediately after the class had calmed down. I will attempt to recreate the amazing story that Mr. Mays told the class that day. The way in which he told the story rendered the horror junkie speechless, and the rest of the class terrified. The same girl that had raised her hand to ask what the paper was holding her knees to her chest. By the end of it, I thought she had peed her pants, a look of terror on her face. didn't bring a map. There were no time constraints. So they just kind of drove in the direction that they wanted to go, and eventually found a town to stay in or someplace they looked interesting. He told us that after spending a week in Colorado, he and his friends had to travel through miles and miles of corn, plains and more corn. He assumed that they were in either Nebraska or Kansas. When they decided to pull their extra cash and stay in a hotel for the night, they settled into a motel in some town that Mr. Mays could barely remember the name of when one of his friends realized that they were somewhere near his grandfather's farm. He wasn't entirely sure what it was, but being adventurous college kids, they decided to get a quick refund from the hotel and tried to contact his friend's grandfather. They were unable to get a hold of the grandfather on the phone, so the group figured it out. And it would be fun to just show up. Mr. Mays' friend was adamant that his grandparents would take them in and feed them without a moment of hesitation. The group set out within an hour of the sunlight, seeking the salvation of a comfortable house to stay in Kansas or Nebraska, wherever they may be. There aren't a whole lot of natural markers that could guide lost travelers in any direction given to someone who didn't live around. The basic area amounted to going up a couple of miles to the corn, take a ride, and go down a dirt road to the other corn. There should be some wheat on your right, so as is the case in most scary stories, the group got lost. Never wanting to admit defeat, they drove into the night, making wrong turns every 5 minutes until they found themselves on a wooded road that Mr. May's friends was certain that his grandparents lived off of. Mr. Mays described the road as basically a dark path to hell. I wasn't entirely sure how true this was because he got very excited and ridiculous with this explanation of the trees and almost tried to grab the car. The red eyes of countless animals looking at them from the darkness, regardless of typical horror tropes, worked on most of the class. Everyone was terrified except for me. The group of guys drove on this dark road for about 15 minutes before they came to a clearing, a small building with lights in it. What seemed to be a silo. They figured that at least the people who lived there would be able to help them find where the guys' grandparents lived. The whole idea of everyone knows everyone in these hick parts of the country fueled his hopes. They pulled the car up near the building, realizing when they were out of the car that it appeared to be like the kind of places where one would store a bunch of chickens, not a home. Still, the lights were on. They figured they would give it a try. Just a try. They approached the building as a group, looking in the semi-open sliding door to find a big, empty room. Hanging fluorescent lights lit the room like it was in daytime. They couldn't see a soul. There were no cars, but one of Mr. Mays' friends was convinced he had seen someone as they pulled up, so they decided to go inside and see if there was an office or something where someone might still be working. Why else would they have this huge place lit up like a bonfire? There were no doors on the inside of the building. Again, a giant empty hall. The group roamed around the property and over towards the silo. As they got closer, they noticed what appeared to be a cellar door. At this point, I remember recalling that Mr. Mays telling the entire class to
learn from his idiocracy, his idiocy, his moronicacy, whatever you want to call it. He told us that he had not seen many horror movies before that time, and didn't think twice about approaching a creepy fucking cellar door in the middle of a dark, scary foreign place. He said that approaching the door was one of the biggest regrets of his life. Mr. Mays let the whole class know that he was going to tell us as much as he deemed appropriate about the experience. He felt that we were mature enough to handle, but advised anyone that was squeamish to leave the class immediately. Several students quietly gathered their things and walked out the door, a couple of them being stoners who saw this as an opportunity to smoke behind the school before the next class. I didn't even give the announcement as a second thought. Like I said, I am a sucker for this kind of stuff. Mr. Mays was telling a story better than anything I'd ever conjured up myself. I wanted to learn from this guy even though I didn't believe much of the story. The class thinned. Mr. Mays continued with the story. Told the remaining few that he and his friends opened the cellar door, released a smell that he only could describe as the most putrid thing my senses have ever experienced. The group was no longer concerned with finding the owners of the property, but now was set on finding the source of that smell. They went down the steps, one by one, into the smell that became more putrid as they walked downwards. It was lit by single bulbs spaced sporadically throughout the ceiling of a long hallway. Not a single one of them even said a word. Things had gotten too strange. The walls were lined with metal sheeting, similar to the roofing on the farm. The hallway itself was crooked, and the ceilings constantly lowered and rose, like it was breathing, like a tunnel that was hastily dug and then never touched. There were sections where the boys had almost crouched in order to pass. The worst part, Mr. Mays told us, was that the light bulbs continuously flickered, sometimes acting like a strobe light and making it very difficult to move through the winding and unstable hallways, and in hindsight he was certain that his mind was playing tricks on him, but he remembered seeing flashes of things that couldn't be there. He said that when you are that focused on something, or if you are that nervous, your mind can do that to you. It can simply revolt, showing you things or people that aren't really there. He continued to describe the hallway. I was on the edge of my seat. The halls were winding and seemed to go on forever, he said. Like as if he had never really gotten out. My heart was pounding and I was just intent in asking so many questions. So many fucking questions. Mr. Hayes guessed that there were somewhere under the creepy forest that they had driven through when they found a door, but he couldn't be sure. He said that they came upon a door after walking for what felt like a mile. It was simple and wooden, but it looked like it belonged outside of a suburban home. A nice design, freshly painted red, a nice doorknob, knocker on it. It was a door that belongs at the entrance to a nice house, not one that would be sitting in a dirt tunnel in the middle of nowhere. His friend walked towards the door, moving carefully because the flashing light bulb and increasingly uncertainty about the stability of the surrounding walls made him nervous. He turned to the group, the rest which were nervous at the very least, and attempted to lighten the mood of the laugh before he said, I should probably knock first. Mr. May's friend grabbed the steel knocker and hit it against the door several times. A loud, echoing boom rang through the passages we had just walked through, mockingly but quietly uttering, "Is anyone home? Is anyone home?" The group waited about 30 seconds before their tension broke. The guy next to the door shrugged his shoulders and went to walk back to his friends, but as he did, the light bulb between them surged and exploded into a million pieces. The boys shielded their eyes and looked back to their lone friend by the door as he lowered his hands. One of the metal sheets of the makeshift roof dropped. The edge of the sheet fell directly on the boy's forehead, slicing it open and sending a wave of blood down his face. The impact knocking him out, making him bleeding profusely. He fell back against the door, knocking it open in the process. The entirety of the group rushed through the dim light to their friend, barely noticing the seemingly black pitch room that now lay before them. Mr. Mays was the first to make it to his friend's side. He lifted the guy's head into his arms, immediately taking off his jacket and putting it over his forehead to attempt to stop the bleeding. Mr. Mays noticed that the arm that had been bracing his friend's head was soaking wet. Confused about this, and was attempting to sort it out, one of his friends started talking. He said something along the lines of, the lights, we have to go." And Mr. Mays took notice. "You know, when you turn off a light, told the class, and everything is almost pitch black except the light of the bulb dying out or cooling down. It was like that. But there were so many of them, at least 20 light bulbs that had lit the room seconds ago, and not only they looked like little stars in the darkness. Definitely terrifying, but that wasn't the scariest thing. There was still a very dim lit light coming from the hallway just behind them. And though it was weak, lit the room up just enough to see the shape of tens of people standing less than 10 feet in front of them. Mr. May's friend went to say something else as one of the bulbs to the right flickered to life. Now I just want to say, Mr. Mays was a generally playful guy. He had the tone of voice that makes you want to respond. Basically, you could say, "Let's go off and jump a cliff, guys," and you would want to respond with, "All right, Mr. Mays, show us the way." I know this is a ridiculous statement, but it gets to the point. He was a charismatic guy. The whole story up to this point had been told like a campfire story. He had the voice, inflections of someone attempting to be mysterious and scary, which of course worked, but was noticeable. At this point in his tale, I recall that changing completely. He was no longer attempting to spook anyone. I could tell that this section was difficult for him to speak about. Either way, he was a very good actor. Heart literally was the truth. A terrifying memory relived. As he told us about the light bulb that came to life, illuminated the group of people in front of him. In the dim light, he could see children, 20 of them or more, just visible in the light, all dressed in nightgowns that looked to be tattered and torn, stained dark with something like blood. Their hair was long. Every single one of them looked like they had not had a haircut since they were born. Some of the children's room was completely obscured by the length of it. Every single one of them didn't appear to have taken a shower or a nice bath in their entire life. But Mr. Mays told us the most terrifying part. None of the children were moving, standing, staring, most of them visible from the faint light reflecting off of their black eyes, their hollow black eyes. His friends were paralyzed with fear for several seconds when they heard what sounded like an animal in the distance, yelping, crying for help. The way it was described was the sound of a dog crying, multiplied by 10. This spurred the group to life. Just as the children began to step forward, his friends grabbed the injured one and lifted him out of the room into the hallway in an instant. Mr. Mays took another second to move and had difficulty finding his bearings. Reached to his left in an attempt to find a wall to lean against and ended up finding a handle. Then pulled hard, never losing his vision on the children. He bolted for the door right as he noticed what he had grabbed onto. A shower head protruded from a cement wall, reaching maybe a foot into the room. There was something leaking from it, but it was too dim to tell what it was. He realized that it had been leaking onto him, but he didn't care. They were now children stammering towards him as an animal cried in the distance, and his friends seriously injured. As he left the room, he made a point to emphasize that he could make out several more shower heads in the walls near the single dim light bulb. This is why I call them the showers, Mr. Mays told the class, almost in a hypnotic state, as if you were there, in memory of what happened. I, transfixed, sitting as far forward as my desk would allow, bracing for more. I slammed the red door behind me, he said, and I ran through that hallway faster than I have ever run before or since. I made it back to the car, and we drove out of that like bats out of hell. A couple of students snickered at the word hell, but it was not fucking funny. When you're out trick-or-treating tonight, make sure that you know exactly where you are headed, and don't go out to the abandoned farmhouses. I mean, there aren't many around here, but you're all smart kids. Except Jeremy. The class laughed in the mood lightened as the bell rang for passing period. Mr. Mays turned on the light and thanked everyone for listening, reminding them about, of course, the paper due next week. Have a safe and happy Halloween. Students all around me, abuzz with theories about the story they had just heard. I bet it was just some sort of crazy Nazi hideout, said one girl. I think they're all ghost babies that were killed by dogs, and another. I couldn't theorize in the slightest. I was still caught up in the moment. The way that Mr. Hayes had told that story and the detail that he included in it left me feeling like we didn't get the whole story. A couple days later, I stayed after class and asked him about it, how it really ended, and what happened to his friend. He laughed and said, he was fine, honestly, but he whispered this part, probably due to some of the drugs they were on that night. Mr. Mays winked at me. Don't tell anyone about the drugs, bit kid. I smiled and left. I lived in that town for another couple months and then was rapidly moved across country to Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I twisted the story around a bit and told about all of this around campfires as I got older, and it was always a hit. It wasn't until college college, I got a chance to talk to Mr. Mays again. I went to the college in northern New York, not for any reason associated with this story. College was a fun time. But I ran into Mr. Mays at a bar I frequented. I told my group of friends to grab a table that I would join them in a second. When I walked over to the man at the bar, "Mr. Mays," I said. The man looked up. He took a second to look at my face before he smiled, put a hand on my shoulder and said, "Hey there, son. How have you been?" I could smell strong whiskey on his breath and his cheeks were flushed. The look in his eyes told me that he was 3 sheets to the wind and probably had no idea who I was. "Mr. Mays, it's Jack. It's Jack. I was a student of yours for a couple of semesters, 6 months or so. And then, about 7 years ago, his face changed a bit and a genuine look of recognition set in. How have you been, Jack?" We talked for a good 20 minutes. It took me to realize that I was an adult that was having a conversation with another adult. Every time I'd spoken to Mr. Mays previously, I'd been in a student-teacher relationship. It had been several hours before I even brought up his story about the showers. I told him all about my history, urban legends. He said, "Listen, Jack, very seriously, I don't know why I keep telling that story year after year." His words were slurred. My hearing was messed up. We were both sufficiently blitzed at this point. That was what my therapist told me to do when I was younger. I had to tell people it to come to grips with it, or some shit. He took a big swig of his drink. "We your therapist," I said. Mr. Mays laughed heartily and looked at me. "Of course, Jack, you think that something like that wouldn't fuck a person up?" I was confused. Things have gotten very strange. I mean, you said you were all on drugs or something, right? No one was hurt. You were all okay. He got almost cartoonish with his sadness in the next several seconds. "Of course we didn't, Jack. Why do you think I'm here right now?" I was puzzled, quickly fixed on 1,000 questions. He didn't make it, Jack," he laughed. His eyes turned suddenly to tears. "Fucking took him. They did, I don't even know. Cops told us we were just drunk, that he'd wandered off and taken by the wildlife. But he didn't. I know he didn't. He didn't see it, Jack." I was stone-faced at this point. Mr. Mays is carrying along like I knew the actual story, but I didn't. His friends disappeared. I don't know. I wish they had found the body, though. Then we would have shown them, he sighed. Listen, kid, that's a bad place. I don't know anything else to say. It's a bad place." He carried on for a while, till his phone rang. "Hello, sweetheart," he whispered in the phone. "I'll be out in a second." He gagged. "I love you, baby." The person on the other end hung up, and Mr. Mays got up to leave. "It's been nice seeing you, Jackie. Got a good head on your shoulders. Make sure you use it." As he began to walk out of the bar. "Mr. Mays!" I yelled at him. "Yeah, Jack," he turned back towards me. "When you said all the showers business, what was that? Where? How didn't I mention it? It's somewhere outside Broken Bow, Nebraska. Walking hell on earth, if you ask me." He walked out to the bar, waving to me, running into the wall before eventually finding the door. That was the last time I would see him. I would never be able to tell him the impact he had on my life. He died a month later. His liver failed on him. I experienced that phase too several years later. That is where my story turns. The following is the story of how I came to find the showers and why I will never ever go anywhere near Nebraska ever again. I'll finish this story when I'm sober, when the memory is clear enough. First part written by and that is the last story in the Creepypasta Marathon.